Thank you, Elise. At any time, you can ask yourself, at which threshold am I now standing? At this time in my life, what am I leaving? Where am I about to enter? What is preventing me from crossing my next threshold? What gift would enable me to do it? A threshold is not a simple boundary. It's a frontier that divides 2 different territories, rhythms, and atmospheres. Indeed, it is a lovely testimony to the fullness and integrity of an experience or a stage of life that it intensifies towards the end, into a real frontier that cannot be crossed without the heart being passionately engaged and woken up. At this threshold, a great complexity of emotions comes alive. Confusion, fear, excitement, sadness, hope. This is one of the reasons such vital crossings were always clothed in ritual. It is wise in your own life to be able to recognize and acknowledge the key thresholds, to take your time, to feel all the varieties of presence that accrue there, to listen inward with complete attention until you hear the inner voice calling you forward. The time has come to cross. Once again, the words of the late John O'Donoghue, who I referred to the other day. It's from his book, To Bless the Space Between Us. Today, I would like to take the opportunity to look back upon our journey as we near the end of the Class 12 projects for another year and unpack some of the soul work we've been doing here. The heart work, the hard work, what I referred to as crossing a threshold the other day. It's hard to step into the unknown, or darkness, as Charlotta put it so beautifully. Whoops. It's tempting to quickly turn on the light and return to the known. But through your schooling, we've given you the opportunity to explore, take risks, discover, and hopefully not simply return to the known or the easy. You have all embodied this process through your projects. And why did we do this? Because we were preparing you for the future. And in case I made that sound easy, I'd like to acknowledge the future is an elusive thing, just like the feelings evoked by going to space might seem. As teachers, we see glimpses of what is emerging, but that's all we have to work with at any given time. And do you know what we use to guide us in this work? The question that keeps us, teachers, awake at night? It's how can we prepare this group of students for their future? And it's a question we've been asking even more this year than most, as the world took a bit of a VUCA turn. Have you come across this acronym? Have I shared it with you before? VUCA? Cool. I'm not sure I wasn't sure if I had or not, but I thought this might be my last opportunity to give you another acronym. So here we go. VUCA stands for volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And no, I'm not talking about Hamlet again. The world seems to be trickier, perhaps, than it was before, and the future may be a little bit less certain. However, you are taking with you into this complex future, which you'll soon enter, not only the resilience and practiced courage to cross the thresholds you've been presented with, but a great capacity you may not have weighed yet. And Dan Cregan kind of stole my thunder here. I'm wondering if anyone can guess what it is. Anyone brave enough? Tess, what do you reckon? Okay, no one's going to take me on. Imagination. Yeah? We've been working on this invisible ability for years. From your earliest years in school, in fact, in bush kindy, through your primary years, learning and envisioning far-off cultures and many journeys. And you've continued to develop your capacities for imagination into your high school years. As you've encountered problems, searched for the truth, worked with communities, and envisioned new possibilities. Otto Scharmer, a current German thinker, would say that to work with the future, we will need three things. We will need an open mind, an open heart, and open will. Will in the sense of the capacity to do, as we know from our philosophy main lesson recently. And I put it to you that you can mediate this process through the work of your imagination. Imagination provides us with a great gift, empathy. With effort, we can imagine the point of view of our enemies. We can experience the world and each other through our imagination. Imagination also lets us see further than what is immediately in front of us, what is easily perceptible. We can imagine into the future. I hope this doesn't sound too light and fluffy. I don't mean it to be. Because of what you've participated in through your Class 12 projects, you've had this opportunity. A chance to experience the world through your imagination as much as to envision your own reply and to create something concrete. Imagination holds the keys to illuminate our thinking, feeling, and doing. Imagination puts a crew on that boat heading out to sea and fills the sails. It will help to hold direction, and most importantly, with some trust and flexibility, probably also carry you to a port you never intended to travel to. To return again to John O'Donoghue on Crossing Thresholds. To sense and trust this primeval acceptance can open a vast spring of trust within the heart. It can free us into a natural courage that casts out fear and opens up our lives to become voyages of discovery, creativity, and compassion. No threshold need be a threat, but rather an invitation and a promise. I think this might be imagination he's referring to. And so with these thoughts in mind, I want to thank you once more and wish you well beyond these projects. I know we've got a few to go. But I want to thank you for everything you've taught me in your time at our school. I deeply appreciate it. A moment that stands out in my work with you, and actually there were many, was our 11-12 unconference earlier this year, where you highlighted all the areas where we could grow as a Waldorf school. Thank you, it was inspiring, and we'll keep working on it. And I hope I've returned the favour, although it seems like writing might be off the cards for some. I encourage you when you finish soon at our school to keep going boldly across the thresholds you meet and to trust yourselves in the process. We as teachers have great faith in your capacity to draw an imagination and meet the future none of us can see yet, but know awaits. Thank you.
Hello. Hello everyone, welcome back to the last day of project presentations. Today we're starting out with Rowan, who spent a lot of time and money working with Damascus Steel. Welcome, Rowan.
It is plunged into the fire until it is white hot and malleable. After taking it out of the furnace, it is folded and kneaded like bread, multiplying the layers every time. Then it is polished to a shine before everything can be revealed. The waves are hidden, lying layer upon layer, built up over time, more by every fold. It is submerged into a hungry liquid that eats away at it until it is just right. Then the waves come out of hiding. They run up and down its length, growing and shrinking. This is Damascus steel. At the end of 2019, Australia was in turmoil. There were bushfires spreading and destroying everything in their path. I was lucky that where I live was not affected by the fires, but others were not so much. I can remember driving along Ridge Road in Woodside not too long after the fires had passed through and seeing all the destruction that was left. I felt that I needed to help those who were not as lucky as myself. I was given an opportunity by my mum to help when she got a grant to set up a community garden in the town of Pandana, which is in the centre of Kangaroo Island. Although it was not fixing fences or helping clear down burnt sheds, at least I was able to do something. I was able to help. I still wanted to do more, to fight fires, but I didn't really know how, other than joining the CFS, which I wanted to do after I finished Year 12. That was it, Year 12. I could do something for my Year 12 project, regardless of what it was going to be. It would help those who were not as lucky as myself. Now, how did I come to this idea? Well, prior to starting our projects, I knew that I wanted a project with a large practical aspect and something that would give me the opportunity to help. I became set on the idea of creating an item that I would sell and then donate the proceedings to a charity, because it would combine my own passions and interests. But I was still unsure as to what that item was going to be. I remembered Damascus steel, something that I had always been interested in, but never really had the chance to investigate properly. But what would I make? This came to me quickly, because along with having an interest in Damascus steel, I was also interested in knives, and had been for a very long time. So, it was decided I would make Damascus steel knives that I would sell to raise money for a charity that supported those affected by the bushfires. Who here has ever tried to combine two pieces of clay, or plasticine, or even wax? It can be hard. If it does not join, it can be a big problem, and it shows in whatever you're trying to make. Now, imagine trying to do that with 15 pieces of metal, or even more. What about 90 pieces? As with wax, you need to get it nice and warm for it to bond together. How hot do you think you need to get metal for it to bond together? Modern Damascus, or more accurately, pattern welded steel, is not really the original Damascus steel from over 1,000 years ago, as the methods of making are vastly different, although the principles behind how they are made are similar. Modern Damascus steel is made by stacking different types of steel and then forge welding them together. Then it is squished and restacked. The more times that is done, the more layers it will have. For me, this process was done using a hammer and an anvil. This takes hours and weeks of continually hitting the blisteringly hot metal, moving it little by little until I have the shape that I want. But it is not done there. I need to spend hours hunched over the grinder, getting it to a polish. Now, you may be wondering, that doesn't really look very special. It's just plain metal. I will tell you more about that later, but first, I need to tell you how I get there. I was first exposed to Damascus steel in Year 7, when I stumbled across a blacksmithing series on YouTube. As I already had an interest in blacksmithing and knives, I was captivated and proceeded to watch every other video that they had. I still watch their videos to this day. Through high school, this stayed in the back of my mind, but I never lost my fascination with it. When I started this project, I knew what the finished Damascus steel looked like, but the only knowledge that I had of how it was made was that you just fold it a couple of times, do some other stuff, then bam, you have Damascus. So the first thing that I did was research as much as I could about how it was made and figure out exactly what to do. Well, as it turns out, it's not very simple. After a fair bit of research and a few hours of just watching cool videos of making fancy Damascus, I knew all that I thought I needed to know about making Damascus. From the basic concept of making pattern welded steel to the long history of the metal and even to the complexities of metallurgy. With this new knowledge, I at least kind of knew what I was doing, but before I could get into making, I wanted someone to teach me or show me how to make it so that I could see what was happening in person. I was pessimistic about my chances of finding someone to teach me because I knew no blacksmiths that did this kind of work. It was by chance that I heard about Gardner Knives when someone mentioned that he taught courses. It was perfect. I could get someone to teach me how to make a Damascus steel knife from start to finish. I got in contact with him as soon as possible and organised a 2-day course near the end of the holidays before starting Year 12. The other benefit of it being in the holidays was that I could feel like I did something. The course went through designing a knife, to forging the Damascus, to shaping, heat treating, beveling, sanding, etching, fitting, and everything that I would need to know. At the end of the course, I had my very own Damascus steel knife. And although I did do some of the work, Baz and Adam did the tricky parts, as I did not really know what I was doing at this stage. I learned a lot over the short time of a couple of days, and even got a mentor out of it, something that set me up for success later on in my project. Now, I had seen how it works and been through the process. I thought that I could finally start making Damascus steel by myself. But in short, no, I could not. I did not have any of the tools to be able to make it, and I would need to make all of that before I could begin. Just before I got stuck into making and forging, I had to look at all the risks that were involved with the different tools that I would be using, so that I did not cop out early to an avoidable injury. I had to make all the equipment that I would need to be able to make Damascus. This included bench, sander, anvil, and most importantly, a good forge. The easiest was the bench, as we had some spare bench lying in the paddock, and so with the help of my dad, we chopped it up, welded it back together, and finished it off with some plywood. Then it was onto the anvil, which was a bit harder because although we had some random anvil lying around in one of Mum's old tool piles, we had to make a base plate and something to attach it to, something that would be strong enough not to break when I was hitting it with a hammer. I was not sure what to do for a forge because there were many different ideas that I could draw on. At the recommendation of my mentor, I looked into kits that you could buy to turn a 9-kilo gas bottle into a propane forge. This was exactly what I was looking for. I set about getting all that I needed to have it built with minimal mistakes and done safely. Now, I had all the tools, I roughly knew how to use them. I thought I could finally start making this fancy steel that I have already mentioned plenty of times. Before I start making, the first thing I think of is how big do I want this knife to be, or how many layers do I want? Then the process starts by cleaning the pieces of metal so there is nothing that might interfere with the forge welding process. Then I move on to stacking the different pieces of metal. Once I've stacked them up, I welded them together. I started with arc welding, but found that it was too frustrating and the welds would often break, so I switched to MIG welding instead. I welded all of the edges together and then welded a rebar handle onto it so that I could easily take it in and out of the forge. The next stage is one of the most crucial. I need to get the metal hot enough so that it can bond together into a single piece and then forge weld it together with a hammer. If it goes well, I will start to draw out the metal, hitting it a lot. This takes a long time, as moving metal with a hammer is a tedious and a tiring process. Once I am satisfied with the length and the width, I grind off all the black scale off of the billet and then cut it into 3 or 4 pieces. After that is done, I restack it and go through the same process of forge welding and drawing out the metal once again. After I get the metal to the size and the shape that I want, I begin the knife making part of the process. This begins with me cutting out the rough shape that I want for the knife. Then it is onto tempering and quenching, which can be a little nerve-wracking, but once that is done, I can move on to sanding. Once the sides are nice and flat, comes the tricky part, beveling the blade. It can be done by hand, but that takes a lot of practice, and being the impatient person that I am, I made a beveling jig that would help and do the hard part for me. Once all the sanding and polishing is done, it's time to etch it and make it look like Damascus. Once the finished piece of Damascus has been sanded to a high enough grit, I put it into ferric chloride, which etches the steel, and you are left with your final wavy, water-like pattern. The lines vary in thickness and shape, but what makes them stand out the most is the difference in colours between the 2 different types of metal. One is shiny and reflective, whilst the other is matte and dark. To me, this pattern is one of the best parts of the knife. I spend so long forging it and have no idea of what it will look like. The first time that I etched a knife, it was amazing. Even though it was a low-layer piece of Damascus, it goes from just a boring piece of metal to something incredible. It changes everything. Once the blade is done, there is more planning to do. What size and shape do I want the handle, along with any spaces if I want them? I would love to talk about all the knives and all the little things that make them stand out to me, but that would take a few weeks. I will just cover the significant moments, whether they are good or bad. The fourth knife that I made was the first proper Damascus knife, where it all went well. From the sanding to the etching, everything just worked. This gave me the confidence and motivation to do more and make more, as it could only get better from here. The most important part of making Damascus steel is forge welding the metal into a single piece. To do that, you just need to get the metal hot, and for that, you need a very hot flame. The forge I built can easily get to these temperatures, although it varies a lot, mostly due to operator error. When I started, I thought that there was just a flame, and that was it. It was not until I had a lot of issues with the third knife that I began to think that there was more than just a flame. As a matter of fact, there is, and I discovered what the difference was after a bit of reading and watching some videos from my mentor's Instagram. I knew exactly how I needed to adjust the forge to have it white hot. This sped up the forging process as the metal was easier to move, and it also made staying warm in winter very easy. Up until the etching stage, it looks underwhelming and plain, but it is the etching that changes all of that. It takes it from this basic looking piece of metal to a piece of art. This is the first stage where I get to see what all of my hard work at the anvil has done. The first reveal of what the pattern will look like. I get to see all the layers that have built up over time and over the folding process that are now visible in wavy lines. Although there were other parts of the process that was satisfying and relieving to get right, the best part, by far, was finishing a good knife. The last step is sharpening, and then once that is done, all of my hard work at the anvil and the grinder have paid off. I see the finished knife as more than just the sum of its parts. To me, they are like a piece of art, or a piece of me in a way. The biggest thing I see, though, is the potential for good that will come from this knife, the people that it might help. This makes all of the hard work worth it. It was not all sunshine and rainbows, though. I made a lot of mistakes as I was learning. By far, the worst thing that can happen when making Damascus steel is delamination. This is where the different layers of metal do not properly bond together during the forging phase. Usually, you can spot it, and during the forging phase, it is relatively easy to fix. You just reheat it and then forge weld it again. Discovering it during the sanding phase is a lot harder, as I've already quenched and tempered it. And it is very annoying to fix, because I need to reheat, reforge weld, and then do all of the heat treatment again. Something that I had to deal with on the 9th knife. The most challenging part of the project for me was dealing with the major mistakes. For example, on the 9th knife, I spent 2 weeks hammering and folding the metal until it was up to 120 layers, the most I had ever done. Once I heat treated it, things started to go wrong. There was a bubble in the metal, which meant that I had to reheat it and redo the quench. Then, after grinding it a bit, I found that the 2 pieces of 60 layers had not properly joined together. So, I had to get it really hot and join them together. After that, it seemed to be going well. I ground in the bevels and then found that there were a few holes in it from where the bubbles had formed. This set me back a long time. I knew that I would have to deal with it, and the way to do that was by cutting off the areas with the holes and making it a smaller knife. I really did not want to do this because I hated the idea of watching 2 weeks of my hard work turn into sparks. I did fix it in the end and turn it into another knife. This taught me that if I make a mistake and must fix it, I just need to do it, not put off the inevitable and bite the bullet. Something that I had to constantly deal with, no matter what I was forging, was losing metal. That might sound a bit weird, but it happens a lot. Each time that I heated up the metal and hit it, pieces of scale would fly off. Now, that may not seem like much, but it is when you consider the number of times that I hit each billet. It all adds up in the end, meaning that I must take it into account when I'm considering how big I want the knife to be. The bigger it is, the more I must heat it up. The more I heat it, the more I hit it. The more I hit it, the more metal I lose. Now, etching is one of those make or break moments in Damascus because it is where all your hard work shows through. I tried many different ways to etch with mixed results. Some turned out well, whilst others were not so great, so I had to redo them. The method that I decided to go with in the end was what my mentor recommended to me, and by the 5th knife, I had a much better idea of what I was doing and was able to produce more consistent and better looking Damascus. Initially, for my community aspect, I was just going to do donating the money that I raised. But due to various reasons, I decided that I would have to do more, a decision that I am not regretting. I would make some Damascus, and then people would make something out of that, whilst also learning about how Damascus steel is made. This worked out well because I could teach some of the Year 10s during their tech lesson. This all went well, minus a few hiccups, and they were able to produce something that they were happy with. And I was able to share with them the same sense of wonder that Damascus steel gave me. Because donating the money was no longer technically a part of my project, and so therefore not accessible, I did not have to do it. But I never once thought about taking this aspect of my project out, because that was what gave any of it purpose. To sell the knives, I had considered creating a website, but that was all too complicated and time-consuming for me. Plus, I was not too keen on learning how to code. I just went with a simpler route, a social media page where I could post all of my pictures and information. The biggest problem that I had was how much was I going to sell these knives for? I knew that the price had to cover the materials, and then the rest would be how much time I put into making each knife. That was the problem. I had no idea how much I should make my time worth. There is no set rate for this. And, for example, an hour of my time is not worth as much as an hour of a much better blacksmith's time. This is where my mentor came in. He has a lot of experience in this area and was able to give me prices which was a lifesaver. Now, I can base my future prices off the ones that I already have. Finally, I could start to sell my knives and do that one thing that I had set out to do. This year and this project have been an opportunity for me to pursue an interest and a passion that I've had for a very long time, whilst also being able to give back and help people. In the beginning, I started with that idea, and from there, I have expanded it into so much more. This project was by no means easy for me. It was physically and mentally challenging, but every part of the journey was fulfilling. Going down to the shed every night for at least an hour, even during the coldest nights in winter, never felt like a chore. Because I was not doing it for myself, it gave all of my work purpose and meaning, which in turn gave me motivation. I was able to use my passions and interests to do something that went beyond just being a hobby or just being a Year 12 project. When you leave here, I would like you to think about how you can help people through your passions and interests. In a way, this project has come full circle. The fires were this devastating force that destroyed everything in their path. And now, with my forge and blacksmithing, I'm able to use fire to create and give back. That is how I was able to fight fire with fire. Thank you. Questions? Up the back there.
Hey, Rowan. That was awesome.
Thank you.
I just want to know, were there any injuries, accidents, blood?
Not much blood. As I mentioned, the little pieces of scale that would fly off, they were always very hot. And if I was especially unlucky, they would land inside my gloves, which would result in a lot of bad words. But yeah, there were a few. I did have a risk management plan that mitigated most of them. It was just kind of a tie between wearing a really thick leather jacket and overheating and occasionally getting something down my glove. So yeah. Deborah, or up the back there?
Thanks, Rowan. When you had the dilemma with your 4th and 9th knife, were you able to work it through with the knowledge that you had, or did you, immediately call upon your mentor, or?
Well, I kind of always knew what I had to do with it, but I just I did seek out my mentor's advice to see if there was another way to get around it and not cut it up. Yeah, I tried filling it with like bronze solder, which didn't work. So yeah, I did always seek my mentor's advice for those kind of things because I'm not really experienced in this area, even though I've been doing it for about a year. So yeah. Deborah?
Well done, Rowan. Can you predict what the pattern's going to be or plan the pattern, or is it always a complete surprise?
So, you can. I was making something called random pattern Damascus. So that's just you hit it and fold it a bunch and get whatever comes out of it. But there is something called mosaic Damascus, which is where you basically chop and fold the metal in certain ways to get certain patterns. So a quick explanation of this is if you make 2 pieces of twist Damascus, so what that would look like is just lines running like that. Sandwich them together, you get something called feather pattern Damascus, which is where the lines branch out like that. So yeah, you can plan it. I just didn't. It's a lot harder to do with a hammer. All right, no, up the back there.
That was great, Rowan.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for doing the work with the Year 10s. I know Teal absolutely loved it and his knife is very precious to him. But my question is, have you identified a particular charity that your money is going to?
Yeah, so when I went to Kangaroo Island with Mum, we worked with Team Rubicon, who are now Disaster Relief Australia. And initially I wanted to do something for veteran mental health and that kind of area. But I found, for those of you who don't know how Team Rubicon works, I think the brief summary that I found is disaster relief using the skills of veterans and ex-personnel and whatnot. So I found that it basically killed 2 birds with 1 stone in that aspect. So yeah. Down the front here, and then onto Liam. All right, have we got a question up the back?
Thanks very much, Rowan. Just 2 parts to this question. I was wondering if you could give us a bit of an insight into, A, does the folding of the steel give anything structural strength as opposed to just aesthetics?
Mm-hmm.
And B, did you use different grades of steel to build the composite up?
Yeah, good question. So to answer the first one, folding, there's a lot of different cultures that have kind of used this process, and what it does is it removes the impurities in the steel. So although kind of modern technology and modern alloys can make better steel, historically that was the best you could get. because the more you folded, the more impurities you lost, so a higher quality of steel. And for the second question, the different types of steel you used were based on the colours that you would get when you etched it. So I used 15 and 20 and 1084. That might not sound like much, but how it works is the 15 and 20 has a small amount of nickel in it, which resists the etch. And then so when you polish it, it becomes silver and shiny. Whereas the 1084 has a high carbon content, which doesn't resist the etching as much, so you get a darker colour. Yeah. Down the front here. What is it?
Hi. Can you show us how sharp the knives are, if you've got one?
Oh, good question. So, we have a spare speech draft here. And you can just... Yeah, Mum.
Can you give people an idea of what a, say, one of Baz's knives is worth if people were to buy one?
Okay. So this knife is the one that I made with Baz, who is my mentor. It varies a lot depending on the quality and layer count of the metal. So anywhere between like, kind of like $500 for just a plain carbon knife up to like, I'm trying to remember, I had a look at his not long ago, like $2-3 grand. So they're very expensive handcrafted knives. Got Liam. Oh, shit.
Thank you, Rowan. We've got some online questions. One from Sally Francis. Thank you for your excellent presentation. I am the proud owner of your wonderful knives, one of your wonderful knives, which sits proud of place on my kitchen bench. I love it. How hard is it to sell your knives after you have invested so much hard work, technical skill, and emotional energy into creating them?
Well, that was a bit of a problem that I had. I kind of, looking back on it, I wish I started sooner and kind of sold them as I was making them rather than leaving it till like term 3 holidays. So I've only sold 2 of them so far, which is a little unfortunate. I would have liked to sell more, but that's just kind of, if people want them. I wouldn't say it's a big market. So, yeah, it's kind of hard to sell them.
And I have another one from Carl.
Yep.
What kind of Damascus patterns did you make?
Just random pattern Damascus. As I did look into mosaic Damascus, and if I made another one, I want to do a feather pattern Damascus, but it's very hard to do with a hammer, just because it's not very accurate. Any other questions? Oh, thank yous. Got one at the back there. Yep.
Are you going to do this more in the future?
Good question. So I would like to. I really enjoy doing this. I don't think I'd do it as a business because that means I have to make money off it, which I think would kind of suck the soul out of it. So if I'm going to do it, it'll be more as a hobby, just something I do on the side. But yeah, good question. Jaya.
Have you considered making a sword?
I would like to make a sword. I think it's pretty cool, but it takes like a minimum of 14 hours roughly to make one of my knives that are like this big. So although a sword would be cool, I'm not sure my forge and the tools I have are adequate to make something that big. Any other questions? I can't really see. Oh, we got Eli.
I was wondering, for the audience's sake, if you could let people know how many knives you've got left to sell and where they could find and purchase them.
Thank you. Right, so I have 7 knives left. I'm not sure, some people might have seen them. They're sitting out in the cabinet out there. Don't go touching them, please. There is a QR code on there, so if you just scan that, it will take you to my Instagram page, and from there you can either email or DM me, and I'll get you all the details that you want. It's a good question. Any other questions? Not missing anyone? The other one's not. Awesome, thank you. Just do my thank yous real quick. Elise, thank you so much for being my project supervisor. You always had such great advice, great ideas, and I really appreciated all the feedback that you gave me during our Thursday meetings. Thank you also for being such a great guardian and supporting this class for the last 5 years. I know it has not been the easiest thing, but thank you so much. Mum, thank you for your obvious concern with what I'm doing. You are always able to point out the obvious faults when I cannot see them. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and help on Kangaroo Island. I am glad that I was able to be a part of the process, and it is a memory I will never forget. Lastly, I would like to thank you for letting me use the shed and occasionally make a mess, even when you had a succulent workshop the next day. Dad, who cannot be here today, thank you so much for giving me a part of your shed. I know that it is prime real estate, but I really appreciated you lending me a bit. I would also like to thank you for sharing your huge amounts of knowledge about metalworking with me and teaching me to weld, something that I would not have been able to do without. I would like to especially thank you for getting me interested in blacksmithing so many years ago. Baz, my mentor, thank you so much for being my mentor. Having someone who could always answer my questions, no matter what they were, was awesome, and the advice that you gave me was always great. Seeing what you were doing and what you were able to create gave me inspiration to do more and make more. I could not have had a better mentor. Eleanor, I know this may get said often, but thank you so much for all of the work that you put into our projects. From spending a week helping us to generate ideas and proposals to giving us all feedback on our speeches. This would not be possible without you. To my class, I'd like to say how lucky I am to be part of such an amazing group of people. All of you are so talented and just like a really great bunch of people. Being able to come to school every day and work with you guys made everything so much better. Coming to school every day and being a part of this class managed to put a smile on my face no matter how I was feeling. And for that, I'm eternally grateful. All of your projects are amazing, and I'm grateful that I've been able to see all of your truly great work. Thank you. Next, I would like to welcome a dear friend of mine, someone who I've known for over 12 years. This year, he has been exploring the world of animation and 3D design. Please help me give a warm welcome to Liam.
In many ways, is this on? Sorry. Okay, sorry. In many ways, the work of a critic is easy. A quote from the movie Ratatouille, a quote that holds great relevance to my project, and a quote relevant to countless other aspects of life. It didn't come to me when I first set out to do this project, but I found myself appreciating this idea in the later stages of development. But how does this relate to my project? This year, I pursued a project in 3D animation. In simple, This is a process of using three-dimensional objects in a three-dimensional space and making them behave how you would like, when you would like. Then taking a series of frames, which the camera takes, and merging them all together so it looks like something is moving. The same process happens with something like claymation, which you may be more familiar with, where a person will take many photos of a character in different poses, and then they'll merge that to make it look like their character is moving. "27th of November, 2020. A little notification goes off on my computer. I look down to the bottom right hand of my screen, only to see a Teams notification that states, Eleanor Waterford has added you to a team. The team reads, Class 12 Projects 2021. All of a sudden, something hits me. I realize that this is the beginning of the end. All of those years before me, all of those wonderful students that had delivered an amazing project, I realize that they are no longer ahead of me, but rather I am ahead of everyone else. The next few weeks of school ramp up. First, we have our initial proposals to work on. In my head, I keep thinking to myself, what will I do? What will I do? This seemed to be a recurring theme throughout my project. The initial statement is due, and I hand in two proposals, one for 3D animation, and the other for working with interior design and renovation. After a few weeks, the final project proposals are coming closer and closer to being due. I'm still shaky on what I would do, so I panicked for a little while. Suddenly, I remember my journal and the big list of ideas we were told to write for ourselves. I rushed to it and started reading through the list. This one? No. Maybe this one? No, definitely not. I keep progressing through the list, and I see something I wrote. Blacksmithing. Oh yeah, this is something that could work. And as I get to composing my proposal, I see what I wrote for my other proposal, 3D animation. And for a few days, I was torn between the two, weighing up which one would be better for my current situation and what I would actually do or make with the project. Eventually, I ended up writing two more proposals, one for each. Weeks later, I was still wondering which one out of the two I would pursue. This was the first of my big problems, being indecisive. Eleanor gives me 2 weeks to choose between them. I noticed that many people seemed to wanted me to do a building project, but both had their challenges. The second consideration when choosing an option was needing to find the tools for these two ideas. Not only was I indecisive, but I had to figure out A, either what to make and where to get the materials, or B, what to make and how to get a computer that could handle animation. Even though this was a big block to the animation project idea, I still leant towards it. The next few weeks was Eleanor being stressed over whether I could or could not do the animation when I didn't yet have a workable computer, which is understandable. When a student tells you they're going to do something, but you don't yet have the tools to do it, that does warrant a little bit of stress. Eventually, we worked out a solution. I would use the computer I had at the time to learn animation and hopefully get a better computer in the next few months so I could start animation. Even though I had worked out a way to move forward, my project had no shape at all. What would the animation look like? How long? What themes? What messages is it trying to convey? What would my community aspect be? How do you incorporate community into such a self-oriented thing which many people barely understand? I chose to go ahead and work out some of these aspects as I went. As I've outlined, a big issue throughout this project was the lack of a better computer. In the second week of term 2, I was fortunate enough to get a hold of a better one, which meant I could do 3D animation. This felt like a moment of relief after so much uncertainty. I could finally start animating. A few slow months go by without seeming like much progress was being made. Every little thing felt like ages to achieve. I felt like it wasn't working. I keep trying for a few more weeks, but it's hopeless. Let me give you some insight into what I wanted to do and what I was inspired by, so you can understand why I felt like this. My vision was great, but unfortunately, I was influenced by another animation I had seen previously. This animation features a stylized character in her world where she has a little adventure. The animation ran for about 10 minutes and was an animation style I really liked and wanted to look into. In the moment, I hadn't thought about anything behind the animation. I just wanted to do the same level of quality animation. This is where it all went wrong. I wanted my animation to be so much more than it was. I envisioned a realistic, flowy, lifelike animation with nice visuals and elements of storytelling through sound and body motion. This couldn't have been further from my skill level or what I could have produced. The more I found myself trying, the harder I tried to get every little bit right. It would just end in frustration. Nothing looked how I wanted it to. Nothing went to plan. At one point, it took me a few weeks of trying to sculpt a face, and in my frustration, I deleted it, never to be seen again. Year 11s, never delete your work. Alongside things like these, I wanted so many things which would put strain on my computer, to the point where it couldn't even run a single frame a second. So anything I made or added to a scene was just adding strain to the load until eventually it was unusable. This was the hardest part of the year for me. I didn't want to call for the teachers' help. I didn't want them to think I couldn't keep going. I knew I wouldn't be able to produce any animation that I wanted to. And there was about a term left to really do anything. This was the point in the year where I really wish I'd managed to find a mentor. As much as a mentor was needed, in the earlier stages of my project, I found comfort in the fact that I could just go to a site like YouTube and find help that way. The problem with this was struggling to find really specific things which I needed, where most of the tutorials would speed through some process that I barely could comprehend at the time. Even though I did look for multiple mentors, I regret not looking just that little bit harder. The next few days were days of panic and anxiety. I thought this whole thing was a failure and that I had nothing to show at all. I panicked and wrote down the weirdest idea in my project journal, and for no real reason, maybe just to make me feel better about myself and hope to have something to do to move through this stuck point. Upon further assessment, the idea was about as crazy as my original idea to animate. Eventually, I found a solution. I chose to do animation, and I would at least deliver something. I found low poly art, which stood out to me. This isn't what I really wanted to do, but it was something that could work. So the next few weeks, I just tried to make something. I found myself running into the same problems. A slow computer, frustrating work, and nothing seemed to be right. You will see the animation I did, but first, let me give you an insight as to what I wanted my animation to look like. The first iteration of the story in my head. There was a young girl and her companion. I was thinking some sort of animal, like a dog or a cat. These characters would trudge through the snow and come to an icy lake, which is all frozen over. The girl walks into the ice, and as she reaches the midway point, a big water creature bursts out of the ice and startles her. At that point, the animation blacked out, hopefully blacked out, and ended. The animation was going to be roughly 20 seconds. I think you might start to see how insane this vision was. The second iteration was a little simpler. I assured myself that I could just do the animation, but instead of having a dog or a cat, I could have a simple companion. I'm sure most of you here have heard or know of WALL-E. If you're unaware, WALL-E is essentially just a small robot. And I thought maybe I could also do something like a simple robot companion, which maybe floats next to the character or something in a similar style. At this point, I was still attached to the idea that I would have a realistic animation like I'd hoped. The third iteration went something like, maybe I should just leave out the companion and only have the character. I'm not sure about any of you out there, but I can certainly see the problem here. I was far too attached to the original idea to have the animation realistic, flowy, and lifelike. I couldn't seem to let go of these ideas until it was far too late. Any iteration after this point made the project less enjoyable. I forced myself to make it much simpler in every new iteration until eventually it ended up looking like this. As funky as it looks, you can see this is how basic it had become, all the way from my original idea. You can still see the attempt at the same sort of storyline, and it still holds its original intentions, but I didn't even manage to capture a human-looking character. In all honesty, if I showed you this without context, you might think it was some sort of robot. This animation looked nothing like I'd hoped. I'm not pleased with it, but I remember back to what I said in a previous proposal. Understand and experience animation through the process. At that moment, I realized I didn't really have to have a captivating animation because I had learned some of what I'd set out to do. One of my ideas going into this project that it wasn't an easy task. To move and sculpt something in 3D is so much more different than how I originally imagined. Let me give you a comparison, and remember, no one animation style is harder than the other. The struggles come in different shapes and sizes. Let's take claymation for an example. Again, if you aren't aware of it, claymation is a form of stop motion where the animator will get an object or character, which is usually made out of plasticine. They'll take a series of photos, and between each photo, they move the character or object a little bit. This then gives the illusion of the object or character moving. A couple of movies that have been made with claymation, which you may have seen before, are the classic Chicken Run movie, Wallace and Gromit, and Shaun the Sheep. Now, imagine doing this, but you can only look from one point at a time, and you only have one finger that grabs things to move them around. You are doing something in a 3D space on a 2D screen, so you are forced to only work with a mouse cursor and a few hotkeys that makes the functionality a bit better. If you have a person in front of you, don't do this. But if you don't, I would like you all to lift your hands and point at the projector screen. Like the tip of your finger is a mouse cursor. Now, imagine this sphere is affected by your finger, or in this case, the cursor. Imagine you have to pull a part of this sphere directly towards yourself. How will you do this? You can't just pull your arm backwards, because remember, this is a mouse cursor. So if you pull your arm, or the mouse in this case, directly towards yourself, the material would just be pulled directly downwards. If this was something like claymation, you can physically walk around the object and mold it how you would like. You can put your arms down. Let me show you the process of how 3D animation works. Watch this and try to comprehend what is going on. Maybe some of you do know what happened, and maybe some of you don't. Let me walk you through the steps. Firstly, I subdivided the cube. With a default cube and many other objects, you have these things called vertices, which in simple terms are places on an object where you can grab and mold the mesh. They're represented as little dots on the cube. The original cube had 8 vertices, and I'm here subdividing it so there are many more in preparation for the next step. This next step is sculpting. The more points on the cube which can be moved and molded, the better the sculpting process will be. You can sculpt full bodies from here, or really anything you want. It's up to you. After the sculpting process, we come to keyframing. Down the bottom of the screen, you see the timeline. I've shortened it to a 50-frame animation. Here, I set a keyframe, which is essentially a moment at frame 1. In this case, let's call frame 1, 1 o'clock. This cube is here at 1 o'clock. Next, we move the timeline to, let's say, 5 o'clock, or frame 50. This is telling the program that from 1 o'clock in frame 1, the cube must move to 5 o'clock in the frames between 1 and 50, so when we press play, the cube does exactly that. After keyframing, we must change the camera. Imagine the camera is just like a camera which you would use to take photos in a claymation animation. But this is built into the program, and when you move it around, so here, I'm making it look like. So here, I'm making sure, when looking through the camera, I can see the whole movement of the cube. Next, I go into rendered mode, where I can see how light affects the cube and where its shadow is. I set up the light how I want it, and that's the end to making a really simple animation. The only part after this is rendering the frame 1 to 50 into a folder somewhere on your computer, and then you take all of these frames back into the program's video sequencer, where essentially you just give it the 50 frames and it spits out an animation. Throughout this process, I learned a few things. One of the hard parts about it is managing the scene whilst animating. When you animate characters or objects, you need to move them through the space. This is hard when the scene is cluttered with a bunch of things. Animation requires a very good computer, especially for higher caliber animations. My final animation took roughly 8 hours to render each frame. Although these troubles were very much apparent, animation on a computer is much more efficient when it comes to the characters and framing, which is visible when contrasting 2D animation, drawn 2D animation, claymation, and 3D animation. With drawn animation, for the most part, you have to draw the same thing in every frame. With claymation, the character is already made once, but you can move it around without having to make multiple iterations of it. With 3D animation, it's much the same, but arguably easier. You sculpt your character once, but you can also give it bones. This is called an armature, which is the kinematic change used in computer animation, which simulates the motions of characters where if you pull a leg past a specific point, it will not go any further. If you are confused as to what kinematics in animation is, imagine a leg of an armature is moved. The kinematics dictate the velocity and acceleration of the object based on where it is on the armature. So a leg will move differently to an arm, and a finger will behave differently to the neck. There is also something called inverse kinematics, or IK, but I think we can save that for a later date. So, unlike using plasticine, where you can stretch things past specific points, the armature restricts this from happening. Reflecting on the way it brought conditions and limitations to my work, it made me glad I chose this way to work. I learnt a lot through this. It's surprising how long things take to render. Taking it back to my old computer, it would take minutes to render the simplest thing, something which should be taking a couple of seconds, or even less. Working with this project has also brought light of how good of a computer I would have needed to make the animation like I was envisioning. Let's take cloth simulation for an example. This has its limitations too. Cloth simulation is what you'd expect, simulating cloth. If I was to simulate just a square cloth onto my character, it would resemble something like a blanket. Every single vertex in cloth animation has to work out where it needs to go and how gravity and itself interact with the scene. The more vertices there are, the harder it is to work with, but the result of having more vertices will be a much more realistic cloth simulation. If you are trying to do animation on a lower-end computer, I strongly encourage you to focus more on stylized characters and world building. While stylized characters can be complex, they can also be simple. Working with a simple stylized character and world is a better way to go to make sure the load isn't too heavy on your computer. I realize now, at the end of my project year, that I thought I had an idea of the challenges and struggles that came with animation. This is why I had so many problems. I didn't have any experience and overlooked the elements which had made up the animation that I drew inspiration from. I didn't think about anything. The amount of time that went into the animation, I didn't think about how many people worked on the animation, and I had no idea how skilled the artists were. If we come back to the quote in which we started with, in many ways the work of a critic is easy, I can see that I was indeed now the critic of their animation, and underestimated how much pure effort went into it, how many countless hours they worked away to achieve it. I was blind to what animation really was, and I was more focused on what I thought it should be, which was an unachievable goal. I realized that people might think the same of animation and still overlook the challenges that come with it, which is sad, because I was in the exact same position last year when I had just started this journey. Looking back on this year, I don't see it as a failure. I take it as a learning experience. As Richard Branson once said, "Do not be embarrassed by your failures, learn from them and start again." This year has been a year of learning and trial. Nothing is done without failure, and nothing is done without some sort of sacrifice. I achieved what I wanted to do by finding the answer through the process, and I take this quote into my future and will consider it in everything I do, especially in more animation work out of school. Wanting to experience the struggle of animation is something I wanted to go into this project for, and oh, did I find the experience. I'm grateful for it. Even if nothing went exactly to plan, it's a learning experience. My advice for anyone in the future looking to do any type of animation is to not look at where you'll be later, but to look at where you are now and focus on that. As a secondary component to this, give yourself time. This will take immense amounts of time, and trying to rush this will simply not work. If there was one more thing from this speech for you to take into the future, it's try not to be that critic. Even if it's a challenge sometimes, to understand is to experience, and nothing is worthy of a critique if the critique is coming from a place of uncertainty or ignorance. Thank you. Questions?
Thanks, Liam. Is this something you're going to pursue or want to pursue in the future after school?
Definitely. I think I made it sort of clear in this that I wanted to still pursue it, but with a different view on it. So yes, definitely.
Hey, Liam. Putting aside the animation aspect of it, what do you think you learnt about yourself in regards to, the procrastination aspect of sort of deciding on what you wanted to move ahead with and how you might have done that differently, or how you might move forward from here in regards to dealing with your own inner critic, I guess?
Can you sort of split that up into like two questions?
What was that?
Can you sort of split that up into like two questions? Because I kind of didn't get it, sorry.
What are your thoughts on yourself in regards to procrastination from moving forward from here?
Well, like I said, it's hard to not be a critic. I'm not sure how you're supposed to change that, but having a different view on something like animation for me is something that I will definitely take into the future. And I'm still not sure how I'm going to incorporate it into my thinking, but it's the direction I want to go. So I hope that answers your question.
So you said you wanted to go into animation for your future. Do you know what area specifically, like game development or the film industry?
I wasn't really sure. My idea for the future in my career or something like that is making and animating for a company. It doesn't have to be a gaming company. It really depends on what their position is and what it entails. So I just want to do sort of like modeling and animation sort of stuff.
Hi, Liam. Just wanted to say I think you were more stressed than I was at the beginning.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just wondering, you've given Year 11 a few really good pointers for thinking about where they are when they begin, for instance. Mm-hmm. I'm just wondering about, your big dream in terms of not having the tools. Did that pay off, even though it meant you were a bit delayed in starting? Or, would you advise the 11s to do anything else in terms of being able to get started with the tools they need?
With animation, what I did, I even overlooked the aspect of the computer. The computer I did get was better, but it wasn't. It still wasn't up to the standard which I was going to make my animation as. So that was a big struggle. But if you are looking to do anything like this, consider a lot. So don't leave the consideration to the last minute, and know exactly what you need for your project.
Is there anything that you would do, having done this, and if you had to do it again next year, in terms of like the technical stuff that would make your job easier, like other than sort of thinking it through a bit, but did you learn things about how to make a thing do what you wanted and how to make it look how you wanted that you would then do differently, or get yourself moving to make something closer to what you were looking for?
I'm having trouble understanding that again, sorry.
Did you learn anything technical that you can then use in the future?
Do you mean like little hotkeys and to make
not so much hotkeys, but like, or? I don't know, the process of making something, like you made the person, right?
Yeah.
But you were unhappy about making it look like a person. Yeah. Did you learn things about how you can do that, for example?
Yeah, I guess I can. I know I could have made it better, the person and the model, but doing it in a simpler style meant I could actually animate it. Because when you have a more complex character, you have to set up more parts of the armature. So I didn't have any sort of facial bones or anything. There was no toes, feet. You could probably see it in there. The feet sort of looked like they were stuck to the ice. But if I was to do it again, I would make it better, and I'd probably model the character instead of doing something like this. Because when I made that character, it was just a mixture of cubes and polygons, essentially. That's it. So I would actually do some real modeling the next time I did it.
got a little bit of sympathy for you with the delete version control of saving things, having done a bit of work myself this year on stuff. In all your research and looking online and things like that, did you come across a study area where you can go to from Year 12 ending here now? Have you got something that you can see is going to give you a next step?
I have looked into it a bit, but I haven't found like a definite thing that I can go into from here at this point. So. Just a few thank yous. Firstly, I'd like to thank my parents. Without your help this year and throughout many other years, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to pursue something. I appreciate how see the stress and worry on your faces. Saying you deserve a bit of time is absurd. But it is many varying projects, whilst I'm starting to wonder. Thank you. You've supported us throughout. If it looked like Fiona. Had questions or concerns about, and even we had left me with some new ideas to jump over. Plus, you are a one working with all of you, one of the biggest motivations for me to finish. Seeing that I was really made me feel comforted and that I wasn't. I wish you everything you.
Well done. And now we'll take a short break and we'll be back. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Just a quick reminder to turn off your phones again if you have turned them on. To the live stream, another reminder to please ask some questions. Our next speaker has been a bit colourful this year. Working with his artistic side, please welcome Will.
In the year 2014, I put my first piece of art into an exhibition. After weeks of lessons pushed by my nana, I finally came out with a piece I thought was worthy. If it was up to me, I would have never done it. What if it wasn't good enough? What if others were so much better? What would people think of it? However, I remember my then class teacher Basil coming out to the exhibition and being thoroughly impressed by my work. This helped with the perception of my work and made me feel as if it was in fact good. At the time, I was extremely embarrassed and very self-conscious. Since then, I've grown up, but not much has changed when it comes to my art. Ever since I was young, I often stared up at large-scale murals that line city backstreets all over the world. These vibrant, intricately designed pieces of art brought these otherwise dingy backstreets back to life. At the start of the year, I knew this was a movement I wanted to be a part of. I was excited to begin and start plastering my work all over the place. I had a slight setback. I had little to no clue where to start or what to do. It was a daunting idea with a lot that could go wrong. As most teenagers would, I went straight to my laptop and hopped on YouTube. Over the years, I'd seen a few videos of murals or other large-scale art projects, so I knew a few names. After watching several of these, I was ready to jump in, and all I needed now was a place to start, which my parents were happy to provide. From creating a rough design on paper, I then took it onto my iPad onto a program called SketchUp. With this, I was able to superimpose the image onto my wall for reference. This process took me just over a week, and with that, I had created my first mural. Starting this mural, I wasn't sure what the correct tools were for the job. Having no tools or previous experience, I ended up buying a range of different materials and products to experiment with. To lay the background for my first mural, I decided to test out a spray gun. This was perfect for creating a smooth and multi-textured background. However, it had a limited range and capacity. I knew it would be great for future projects like this, until my dog Lara got hungry and rendered it practically useless. From my first mural, I was able to test out a range of new things and see what worked for me and what was most cost-effective. Several weeks had passed after my first attempt, and I was ready to go again. Luckily, a friend mentioned that his parents were looking for some art at their home music studio. They were looking for something to liven the place up and give a warm, friendly vibe to the exterior. Ali and Mark hoped to use this place in future for events, so I knew this would be the perfect place for my art. I saw right away that I was beginning to answer my question of how can I improve space through art. After going back and forth with Ali, I realised this would be a perfect small project and give me great experience. This would give me the chance to create something with purpose and work with my first real client. We decided on painting a door as it was an easy, small piece. It would be completed quickly, but still add to the overall look. The design took inspiration from a book called The Boy, the Mole, the Fox, and the Horse by Charlie Makesy. The simple aesthetic fitted the clean and timeless look of its surroundings. This minimal use of colour let it fit in with its environment seamlessly. Within the space of just a few days, I had finished it, and it was loaded into the back of Mark's Hilux. In the end, both Ali and I were happy with how it turned out and how it fit in with the rest of the building. After enjoying the process of my first 2 murals, I was ready to go again. Motivation levels were at an all-time high, and I was ready to get stuck into my next project. One day, after sifting through my emails, I'd seen one that was forwarded to me about a possible mural at the Parents' Beehive Cafe. The Beehive Cafe was a parent-initiated group that was formed in the old playgroup building, where parents could pop in after dropping their kids off at school for a chat and a coffee. Seeing how this place brought together people, I knew a mural of some sort would be great and add to the overall aesthetic of the place. After a few messages back and forth, I arranged to meet with Rebecca, one of the founders of it. After talking it through one day after school, I realised the sheer size of this new project. My lack of ability in organising large-scale working bees and funding made this appear impossible to me. At the time, the building needed to be sanded back, any holes patched up, repainted, and some of the gutters needed redoing, and countless other small jobs. Despite wishing I could jump into this project, reality set in. After looking at the complexity of the job and the time it would take me, I realised this would not work. After sitting down and working out what would need to be done, it only became more and more daunting. It seemed to be moving away from my original aim of working with several artists and murals within my community. I noticed myself putting the idea to the back of my head and avoiding it unconsciously. The multifaceted nature of this led me to push it away. I felt almost as if I was letting Beck down by not continuing with this project. It was clearly something she, along with many others, were passionate about. But now I had to be realistic and do what was right for my project at the time. I have to admit, this was a weak point for me, as I was not able to confront the challenges and begin breaking it down. But now looking back at it, I'm glad I did not go any further at the time. In the beginning of May this year, I set out on the look for a new adventure. I wanted this project to be local and a similar size to the previous projects. Throughout the term, I had heard several teachers mention it would be nice to replace an existing mural in the high school. This wall was an absolute gem. It sat tall and proud, looking out over the entirety of our school. I wanted this place to be something that would welcome younger students into the upper school and give the younger ones something to look forward to. It would also give me a chance to leave behind something of my own and give back to the community. This project was quite a milestone for me. By putting my own artwork in a place in which the whole school was able to see, this would mean it could be critiqued by anyone. This began to be one of the most challenging parts of my project, as it made me realise how large the role of communication actually was. As it was in such a public place, the piece had to be perfect, and the meaning behind it had to be suitable for the school. I felt it important that through this piece I was able to showcase values that our school had and something I was proud of to call my own. Quickly, I realised how difficult it was to stay true to my artistic style and ideals, whilst keeping my client happy. Liam and I had agreed on keeping a theme of imagination throughout the piece, as it was something I felt was a massive part that set our school apart from others. As time went on, deadlines were missed thanks to our busy schedules, and the mural was set further and further back. This made me second guess if this was the right thing to be doing with my time, or if I was better off starting something new, but nevertheless, I pushed on. As the design came close to being finalised and approval was right around the corner, I was encouraged by Liam to accept change in the process. Acknowledging that the final image may not be the same as my design was quite hard to accept for me. But it gave me room to change small things as time went on. Throughout this tedious project, I was still meeting every week with my lovely mentor, Mariana Mezic, which kept me inspired and motivated throughout my project. As the process of this mural began to drag out over time, I began to fall out of love with my concept and the idea itself. From our meetings, we engaged in playful pieces and experimented with new mediums. I was beginning to reignite my passion for my project and where it could be taken next. All these new ideas flooded my head, and now, right at the very back, was the school mural. Being distracted by everything else in Year 12 and a lack of sleep at the time, I ended up miscalculating the amount of paint I needed. After receiving a generous budget from the school, I went out to buy my paint. In the store, I completely disregarded my shopping list and overbought. At the time, this was a real blow to my motivation and my wallet. I tried to look at this positively and as a learning experience in an attempt to move on. The time had come where I was finally able to start. It had worked out well, as it now began in the second week of holidays. This would give me ample time and a quiet workspace. As soon as I got to the wall, I began to prepare it, and again was filled with inspiration and motivation to start. After filling several holes in the wall and cleaning it to a usable standard, I began to lay my first layer of paint. This meant covering up the previous design. I believe this is a space that should be used as a blank canvas for students to be able to show what the school is about and learn new skills. As I covered the previous piece, I was okay knowing that this, too, may happen to my piece in years to come. After completing 3 base coats, I was finally able to see what I was working with. Next, I had to transfer my grid onto the wall. This would allow me to copy my design, scaling it up without sacrificing any detail. Once I had a perfect grid upon my canvas, I was able to start drawing the design onto the wall, correlating it with the image on paper. As I worked away quietly, I was often approached by teachers as they worked tirelessly throughout the holidays, and that provided me with the little boost I needed. The grid was a quick and simple task that gave me a perfect starting place to paint, and knowing the design on paper would match what was on my wall. After getting the design onto the wall, it was now just a case of filling it in. I assumed this would be a quick and easy task, but the cold winter breeze and occasional rain meant that the paint would take hours to dry, only making my job harder. Within the next 5 days, my painting began to take shape. Across these days, I was often approached by passers-by and teachers with excited reactions and appreciative comments. These comments spurred me on, but at the same time, they made me feel nervous or unworthy of this opportunity with the current state of my mural. I found it hard having people see it before its final stages, knowing how unfinished and rough it looked. At the end of the 6th day, I left the school exhausted, but relieved knowing that the project was done. After an hour or so of cleanup the next day, I was finally able to stand back and look at my final piece. Whilst standing there alone, looking at the piece in its final form, I was filled with a sense of achievement and as if I was proud with what I had done. Ooh. In the following weeks, as we went back to school, people seemed to appreciate the piece and what it did. I was ready to receive harsh feedback or unwelcoming comments, but to my surprise, was accepted into the school. Towards the end of term 3, I noticed myself not seeing it as my own anymore, and more as a part of the school. It was such a great feeling to push through the challenging process and come out the other side with such great knowledge and new ideas. I was beginning to see what my impact was on these spaces, and finally, I felt as if I was getting somewhere with my project. At the start of this year, I found it quite difficult finding a mentor that suited my needs and understood what a Year 12 project actually was. It became increasingly hard to find a mentor that would allow me to borrow a little of their precious time. And somehow, all along, she had been there, right under my nose. I messaged a family friend and a well-known artist in the Adelaide Hills, Mariana Mezic, and she replied instantly and was happy to help. The element to my project I had been missing all this time was right there. Someone who inspired me, had bundles of knowledge, and frankly, was just an awesome person. Through our meetings, Mez wanted to push me outside of my comfort zone and try new things. This was quite foreign to me, but nevertheless, I trusted her. Through these sessions, I started to uncover what it was I was actually trying to achieve. That was knowing how to be okay with my own mistakes. This, however, is much easier said than done. After talking through and imagining new ideas with Mez, I realised there was not much time in the year. I knew I didn't have time for a new large-scale mural, and I needed to find a way to get the most out of my time. After hours of brainstorming and running it by both my mentor and supervisor, I came up with the idea of doing several small-scale personal pieces. I wanted to move away from the large-scale audience and come up with something much more personal and one-on-one. These pieces would represent my subjects in a vibrant and slightly abstract manner. I would name this series Places and Faces. This was my chance to work with something completely new and embrace what I had learnt with my mentor. They were set out to be fun, time-limited pieces. I would send a questionnaire out to 3 different people that would serve as my recipe. Each question sheet would share the same questions, serving as my recipe. I chose each person on the basis of their role in my community and someone I looked up to. Each piece was completed on a strict timeline and was made to represent them best. This turned out to be one of the most fun and enjoyable parts of my project. Each piece was something completely new to me. As I created these last pieces, I felt as if it was all coming together now, and I had found what I was trying to achieve. Once completing these pieces, I was finally able to give them back to their rightful owners. For one of my subjects, I chose to work with Sally, an ex-student's parent and a close family friend. When handing over the final piece, it was amazing to see the way she received it and was able to point out each carefully placed detail. This was such a heartwarming experience and gave me such a sense of achievement. This feeling of pure freedom and enjoyment I got whilst creating these last pieces of my project was what I had been striving for all this time. Not a single brushstroke felt wrong or as if it didn't fit. This is something I would encourage every one of you to do. Set yourself out with several different paints, pencils, or pens, and just go for it. Get rid of any preconceived ideas and just be free. Thank you. Questions? Yep.
Are you taking commissions?
I would absolutely love to, yes. If you'd like to see me outside, I'd be happy to have a conversation with you.
Absolutely.
Awesome, thank you. Yep, Sally?
Thanks, Will. Fantastic presentation, and I think your project is amazing. Putting yourself out there so publicly is such a huge thing for any artist to do, let alone in a Year 12 project.
Thank you.
The question is more sort of around artistic style. Like, I know it's really easy when you're working with a teacher or a mentor to copy their particular style. Is this something that you are battled with, or is it something you feel just comes innately? Because you've obviously got your own particular way of working and your own style.
Yeah, thank you. Great question. Throughout the year, I found it quite hard finding my own style and something that was completely unique and something that was my own. Often working with art classes or with another person, you often pick up on new ideas or something that you can just copy. So I think with the last series, Places and Faces, that's where I started to find my style, and it was just such a fun process. Instead of my kind of previous style, which was it had to be perfect, everything had to be right. It was quite a harsh process on myself, and I didn't enjoy it anymore. But through these really fun, quick pieces, I was able to enjoy it, and I really liked the finished piece, I guess. So, yeah, thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Asher?
Well done, Will. I just wanted to ask, how did the process of experimentation help? Did it set you free from always focusing on being perfect? And what was the process that you used in that step?
Awesome. Yeah, so with one of our meetings that me and Mez had, she gave me a print of one of her works, which was just perfect, and I did not want to touch it. It was such a scary thing, but she just pushed me to just go for it. It doesn't matter what it turns out with, I should just be happy with the process and enjoy it. So it was something very hard for me to do going forth, just not caring how it looked and just having fun. But it proved as a very rewarding process. So, yeah. Up the back.
The wall piece, the flowering mind looking the garden of the inside of the head sort of thing, do you want to talk a little bit about that piece in itself, with representations and what ifs there?
Yeah, so I went through about 5 different designs where I tossed up different ideas, and that was the one I was drawn to most and enjoyed the idea of the most. It was made to represent kind of how I would depict imagination. It was a figure that was just bursting out into colour and all these different lively new things. And to me, that's what represented imagination the best. And I thought that really fitted our school. Thanks. Up the back.
Hi, Will. Great presentation, thank you. And I loved being a client, by the way. A couple of questions from me. First one, the sign-off that you do.
Yeah.
WJ. I'm just wondering what's the J?
So that is my middle name, Jeremy. So I've just got WJH. So, yeah.
Okay, right. That all makes sense now.
Yes.
In the process of going through all this, it feels like you have made a real connection with people, and that's really where your artwork is going, is that connection with people. Can you talk a little bit about that being abstract, but also having that human connection?
Yeah, sure. I really wanted to be able to connect with people and almost show every aspect of them that I saw while conversating with them. Often talking with people, I'd see so many different sides to them that maybe others wouldn't, and I wanted to be able to represent that each and every aspect of that whilst creating something that they would also enjoy. So something that could be appreciated by the masses, but also quite personal to the person that it's after. Yeah. Isla?
Well done, Will. That was great. It's a kind of long-winded question. I hope it makes sense. But a lot of people use art as a form of therapy, and it's commonly used as a form of therapy, like professionally, whatever. Did you look into art therapy, and were you still able to use art as a way to like unwind and relax, even though it was kind of like you had deadlines and they were like, I know a lot of people have struggled like doing a project with something that they love and they kind of don't love it as much by the end because it's like pressure and stuff, so yeah.
Yeah, so art therapy was actually something I was going to look into at the start of the year, but it seemed a little bit hard and something that I wasn't sure I would be able to tackle. I thought someone might be able to do that a bit better, so I definitely would like to look into that a bit more. But throughout the year it served as kind of my therapy and a bit of a step back from all the busy, heady stuff in school and just be able to put my headphones in and just have fun with it. So yeah, it really served as something that just made my year a whole lot better, and I don't think it ruined it throughout the process. So, yeah.
Will, the mural that you've painted here is just so fun and just a really lovely gift. It's really lovely to look at. Are we going to see more murals from you in the future, do you think?
Yeah, I would hope so. I would like to do some more. I think throughout this year, I don't think it's put me off them, but it's just made me realise how much goes into them. There's a lot of time and money and everything, which I think I just need to practice a bit more to be able to enjoy and do more of. But yeah, I'd love to get some more under my belt. So yeah, thanks. Up at the back.
Well done, Will. I'm wondering, with your Places and Faces series, what were some of the questions that you asked?
Okay, so I think it was about 9 questions. So the first half would serve as, I guess, my background, so colours and shapes. So one of them would be 4 colours that kind of meant something to you, shapes, any objects. So that would kind of form the aesthetic side of it. And then the lower section was things more personal to them, so places that they felt comfortable in or most productive or whatever that was, a place that they enjoyed. And just more personal questions towards the end that would make that piece something for them to appreciate and that others wouldn't, I guess, pick.
When you look at other people's artwork, what do you typically see from it? Like, what's the first things that you tend to notice?
I think that really depends with the piece. If I used maybe Mez's artwork as an example, which I'm sure you've all seen, I think something in that really draws to me is the face. Straight away, I look at the face because it's such a detailed part and holds so much personality to it. I think with something like that, I would always be drawn to the face. So yeah, I guess it depends on the piece though.
I just want to say I'm super, super, super proud to be...
Thank you.
To have worked with you, Will. And super excited for your progress.
Yeah, thank you.
For how you pushed yourself. Sorry, I'm so freaking nervous. I can't believe you've done so well. And you took my direction, and I'm, just so proud.
Thank you very much. All right, thank yous. To Heidi, thank you for always giving me something new and a different way of looking at all the new things that I tried. You always kept pressuring me and pushing me to get new things done, which was just the push I needed. Thank you. To Ali and Mark, thank you guys so much for letting me paint on your precious studio. I was so grateful for that, and it gave me such a great opportunity. Ali, thank you so much for getting me in contact with so many new people and giving me so many awesome little tips and tricks throughout the way. Liam, thank you for the great opportunity and trusting me and believing in my abilities. Mez, you're absolutely awesome. Thank you so much for pushing my limits and always being able to give me advice. Your great attitude really carried me through the low parts of this year and inspired me. Nana, thank you so much for pushing those art lessons back in the day. It really gave me something to make a project out of. Your belief in me always amazes me. Thank you. Charlotte, thank you for always offering a helping hand and always being there to take my mind off Year 12. Mum, thanks for being a non-stop help throughout this year and keeping me fed and force-feeding me vitamins along the way. Thank you. Dad, thank you for your honest opinion on my work and the constant support throughout the year. I couldn't have done it without you both. Lastly, I'd like to thank my class. This was an absolutely awesome year, and I couldn't have imagined it with any other people. Thank you. Next up, hello? Yeah. Next up, I'd like to give a warm welcome to India, who has been working with exploring animal therapy whilst creating a children's book to spread awareness. Please give a warm welcome to India.
Thank you. Before I begin, I will be talking closely about mental illness, so this speech may not be for everyone. If you're a young child watching at home, this would be a good time to take a break and join us again for the next session. If you're someone in the audience who may find this topic confronting or triggering, feel welcome to quietly leave now or at any point during this speech. And if you find this affecting you after you leave today, I urge you to seek out professional help. My project's roots originated in the TV show Afterlife. The main character, Tony, has fallen into a dark hole of depression and feels he has no purpose or meaning in life. His darkness prevents him from taking care of himself, as he is trapped in this cycle of depression in which he only digs himself deeper into that dark hole. But within that dark hole, there is one small little light that has continued to give him hope. That light is his dog. And for those who struggle like Tony, the light is animal therapy. Feeding his dog is the very thing that gets him out of bed in the morning. Walking the dog is the very thing that gives him a reason to go out and be adventurous. It's the little things we do to care for our animals that gives us purpose. Tony's somewhat mundane duties to his dog demonstrates how caring for animals is indirectly caring for ourselves. This was the inspiration and backbone for the philosophy of my project. When proposing project ideas, many people warned me that doing a project about mental illness may be very emotionally draining and might not be the most sustainable idea. There was the risk that I would get too caught up in everyone else's struggles and wouldn't notice that I had tripped over and fallen into that dark hole myself. But I believed I'd be fine, as I thought I had a good amount of knowledge about mental illness already. However, meeting the realities of the current mental health crisis was shocking, to say the least. Most people experience a mental health concern every so often, but when symptoms become ongoing and affect a person's ability to function normally, mental health concerns quickly turn into mental illnesses. Mental illness affects our ability to concentrate, induces extreme feelings of guilt, withdrawal from friends, insomnia, and much more. Mental illness can cause a spiral into that dark hole where you have no idea how to lift yourself out. Almost half of Australians will experience a mental illness during their lifetime, but only 54% reach out for help. The rest suffer alone. These statistics alarmed me. The issue felt too big to face. I knew it wasn't fixable with a single Year 12 project, but I was adamant that with this project I would contribute to the bigger cause in encouraging those who are struggling to reach out for help. My mind kept going back to Afterlife. I couldn't shake the feeling that animals must have a part to play in human mental wellness. And then I began to notice how emotionally responsive my own dog is. She had this sense of when I was feeling down or stressed, and although she is not the most physically affectionate of dogs, she would come over, put her little paw in my lap, and look up at me with those big brown eyes as if to say, "It's okay, India, everything will be okay." My intuitive theory that animals had a role to play in healing mental illness was correct, as I discovered biophilia hypothesis, the idea that humans have an innate tendency to seek connections to animals for emotional support. There is a solution to the mental health crisis, and it is found in our natural bonds to animals, animal therapy. Animal therapy involves interactions with animals to support human mental wellness. While it is only a complementary form of therapy, it has an extensive list of benefits. On a physiological level, something as simple as petting an animal promotes the release of serotonin, prolactin, and oxytocin. Animal therapy alleviates anxiety and stress, increases feelings of social support, is a cure for loneliness, and provides emotional comfort. Animal therapy can help in a vast range of areas, including depression, Alzheimer's disease, PTSD, autism, and many more. I found that while this research into animal therapy sparked my curiosity, there was a disconnection between myself and the phenomena I was exploring. I needed a more insightful introduction, and so I explored different avenues. I interviewed many animal therapy volunteers from around the world and listened to incredible stories of their experiences. The stories that were shared with me were very touching and filled me with passion for this form of therapy. The benefits of animal therapy were far greater than I could have ever imagined. I listened to the stories of people who had fallen into that dark hole of mental illness, who said their pets were the only source of light in that darkness. They told me that without their animal, they felt they had no reason to get out of bed in the morning and get on with their day. Tony's relationship to his dog was not just a fictional story. It is a reality for many people. I heard stories of people who had been in hospital for extended periods of time and who rarely smiled. They described being absolutely overjoyed when a therapy animal came to visit them, and their constant frown would be transformed into a big, beaming smile. A woman whose husband was receiving cancer treatment said that he had been sitting in the hospital in unimaginable pain. He was miserable. But as soon as he saw the therapy animal, he lit up in a way he hadn't in a very long time. A story that was most profound was one of a woman who lived in a nursing home and who hadn't stood up in numerous years. In her entire time at the nursing home, no one had ever seen her stand up and thought she would never be able to do so again. But when a therapy animal walked in, she was up on her feet. The entire nursing home was in disbelief and was left absolutely astounded. Although while I discovered the overwhelmingly positive stories about animal therapy, I also encountered its limitations. I heard stories of women who were domestically abused, but chose to stay with their partners because they couldn't separate from their pet. Or they feared what would happen if they left their pet with their abusers. A war veteran told me of his assistance dog, who has continued to help him through his struggle with PTSD. While his dog has got him through many tough times, it has presented some challenges. People walking around in public with their assistance dog wearing a vest labelled PTSD dog is a sign to the whole world that they are suffering from a mental illness. And while these days it is a lot better, there is still negative connotations to mental illness. This conversation introduced me to the social stigma and discrimination that impacts many people like himself. Social stigma is when someone sees another in a negative way because of their mental illness. Discrimination, when someone acts on those negative preconceptions, is a direct effect of social stigma. Stigma and discrimination worsen mental illness and make it a lot harder to recover. It is a leading factor in preventing people from reaching out for help. Having a therapy animal or accepting help for mental illness in any way requires vulnerability. And animal therapy can be a more visible form of that vulnerability. Learning about the social stigma created added urgency for me to take action in doing something to help. And then I had this wonderful picture of what my project's artefact would be. I would create a documentary that went in depth into people's experience with mental illness and would show how animal therapy helped them through their journey. It would include voices of animal therapy researchers, have testimonies from advocates, and have heartfelt interviews with my film subjects. A full, aesthetically beautiful, professional level documentary. I would capture these amazing stories I had heard and retell them to my wider community. I dreamed that the viewers would be emotionally evoked and want to immediately contribute to the issues I was exploring. However, making a professional level documentary soon turned out to be not as straightforward as I first anticipated. Everyone I contacted to be potential film subjects did not want to be filmed. Despite reaching out to a wide range of people and programs, I consistently got the same responses. People were not comfortable with the vulnerability of being filmed, and it was not viable due to client discretion. I didn't give up and continued my search for a film subject for many months. But as I kept getting negative responses, it became incredibly frustrating. I could see the potential of this documentary and the beneficial impacts it could have for animal therapy and mental illness, but it felt like no one else saw my same vision. I couldn't understand why people weren't willing to contribute to something that they would benefit from. I later realised that I had misjudged the ethical considerations of filming mental illness, as it meant participants would come face to face to the social stigma and potential discrimination. It posed the fear that their character would be defined by their mental illness and that people would judge them for it. With no success in creating the documentary, my project was at a standstill. I had lost all motivation and I didn't have much time left. 6 months ago, I honestly didn't think I would be standing here today with a project to present. I think part of the reason that I chose this project was because I believed I was strong enough to face such an emotionally heavy topic like mental illness. I thought I had the knowledge and tools to be able to step over that dark hole that so many people find themselves trapped in. But the knowledge I had was only theoretical. I had had no previous experience with mental illness myself, neither did any of my close friends, and it didn't run in my family. Therefore, I figured I was invincible to it. However, as term 2 rolled in, I realised that mental health does not just affect those with a diagnosis or those where it runs in their genetics. It can and will affect everyone at some point in their lives, and unexpectedly affected me. I didn't fully understand the scope of emotional vulnerability I was asking of the potential film subjects until I experienced the struggle of mental illness myself. I had fallen into that dark hole. My own experience gave me the ability to put myself in their shoes and see things from their perspective. Most people are generally not comfortable in front of a camera, let alone displaying their mental illness in front of one. I felt like a coward and hypocrite to the entire philosophy of my project. Here I was asking people to display their mental illness in a documentary, yet I was too afraid to tell even my closest friends and family about my own struggle. I found myself being part of the problem that I was trying to solve. Throughout my journey with mental illness, I felt very much alone. Jake Tyler, a mental health campaigner, explains that depression is the most inclusive club. Anyone can join. But its biggest trick is convincing that everyone that is part of that club, that they're the only member. I was too scared to reach out for help because of the social stigma and fear of the potential discrimination that would follow. I feared that people would judge me, label me a drama queen, depression would become my identity, or that people would not want me in their lives anymore. When I did eventually muster up the courage to reach out for help, I was met by my worst fear. The fear that had previously prohibited me from getting the help I needed. I encountered the negative stigma and discrimination towards mental illness. It made my journey with mental health all the more difficult, and I initially recognised this as a huge detriment to my project. But like with all hard things in life, there is always a silver lining. I later realised that confronting the social stigma gave me deeper insight to how negatively impactful it really is. It reignited my passion and drive to help avoid others from having to endure the harsh reality of stigma and discrimination. I continue to interview animal therapy volunteers from around the world as part of my ongoing research. Some actually opened up to me about their own journeys with mental illness. I realised I was not alone with my struggle. These conversations reaffirmed my decision to reach out for help and encouraged me to do so again. They reminded me that it takes great courage to be vulnerable, and that even when I'm feeling my weakest, I still hold that courage within. We all do. I was still determined to achieve my original objective of helping to alleviate the stigma of mental illness and to spread awareness about the ways in which animal therapy can be used in the healing process. But how could I convey this to my community? I reflected on why my interviews had been such a key part of the connection to my project I was exploring. I concluded that it was to do with the art of storytelling. While all the scientific facts about animal therapy were clear and informative, stories taught me a lot more. The stories brought the data to life. The more I learnt through storytelling, the more effect it had on me and the more passion I developed. But I didn't want these stories to stop with me. I wanted to share them with others. So I finally let go of the idea of the documentary and pursued the idea of creating a children's book instead. The book would aim to teach young children about mental illness and what roles animals could play in healing mental illness. But the book was not just aimed at children. I wanted it to connect to the parents or other adults reading the book too. Stories reconnect adults to a part of consciousness associated with the magic and creativity of childhood. When reading or listening to a story, our minds become more open to thinking in new ways. Stories play an incredibly significant role in early stages of life, as they are the foundation of all children's critical thinking skills, and they shape the way they perceive the world. For these reasons, I felt a lot of responsibility to be sending a positive message to the book's audience. Each character in the children's book is based on a true story. I used the content of my interviews as inspiration to formulate the storyline of the book. This way, I could still use all the heartwarming stories I had heard, yet provide the anonymity for my interviewees. I realised that my own journey with mental illness had the potential to be similarly inspiring, and so I included my story alongside the many others. Using something so personal for inspiration was very scary, but it deepened my connection to my project's artefact, which was not originally an option with the documentary. The children's book would follow the main character Sophie and her new dog Effie, and their journey in discovering the benefits of animal therapy. They would meet lots of new friends who would be helped by Effie, and they also meet different animals like Jackie the llama, who has the same healing abilities as Effie. Sophie learns that the most effective way to help those struggling with mental illness is to mimic the ways that animals comfort us, without judgment and with empathy. The most difficult part of this process was finding ways to introduce mental illness to young children while keeping it light-hearted and playful. I included including things like depression, anxiety, PTSD, and so on, was just too emotionally heavy for young children to understand and relate to. Children are generally quite sheltered from mental illness, but nevertheless, it is important to introduce it to them, just in a positive and healthy way. When writing the first draft, I was writing with the purpose of telling children about mental illness. In the second draft, however, I wrote about the emotions behind the mental illness that children regularly experience and therefore relate to. For example, instead of directly saying anxiety attack, I would use words like frightened or thumping heartbeat. Stories provide a non-threatening way to instigate the conversation about mental illness. Children can learn from the characters within the story and develop emotional resilience and help connect the stories to situations in their own lives. The first draft of the story was very clunky and the lines did not flow. I needed to use poetic technique to smoothen it out. Never in a million years did I think I would be using my Year 9 romantic poetry main lesson book for my Year 12 project. Still, I scanned the pages of that main lesson book and applied techniques to the script of the story. After endless nitpicking and editing, I settled on the final copy of the story. Illustrating the children's book was an extremely daunting process of this project. I knew I was significantly self-critical, especially when it comes to art, and I would also be exploring digital art, which was something I had never attempted before. I took inspiration from various books from my childhood. I loved the organic, childlike crayon appearance, as I figured it was more relatable for young children and it felt more wholesome. I wanted the style and aesthetic of my book to be a simple, black outline to everything, organic textures, and soft but bright colours. The first prototype of the main character, Sophie, took over 10 hours to create. I loved what I had created, but due to the intricacy of it, I knew it was not going to be a sustainable option to continue throughout the entirety of the book. I resorted to a simpler style, and to my own surprise, I ended up liking the simpler style more. I noticed that the new style came more naturally to me, as my initial attempts just felt like a mixture of everyone else's designs. When listening to stories, children enter the story and form identity connections to the story's characters. So when illustrating the character prototypes, it was very important to me that I represented a lot of diversity, from race, gender, appearance, and so on. Once I was happy with all my characters, I embarked in the actual pages of illustrations. The first page of the children's book took around 15 to 18 hours. The long amount of time the illustrations were taking planted a lot of doubt in my mind. But I kept my head held high and had faith that the more I practiced, the better I would get, and the less time it would take. And it did. Through lots of trial and error and learning new shortcuts, the final pages of illustrations took 3 to 6 hours. But unfortunately, I was thrown yet another obstacle. In the beginning of term 3, I was in a car crash that gave me an eye injury and a pretty serious concussion. This put a big halt on the progress of my illustrations, but fortunately, I was still able to complete the book in time, and I'm very proud to say that I now have a final printed copy of the book. My end goal of helping to alleviate the stigma of mental illness stayed consistent throughout this project, but my perspective grew and developed. I realised that to make a big impact, you don't actually have to do something big. I began this project thinking that in order to make a noticeable difference, I had to produce this professional level documentary with a massive audience. I figured that with mental illness being such a complex issue, the solution must be complex too. But the solution is remarkably simple. It is to exercise the simplest yet greatest gift you can give to someone: kindness. To achieve my goal, all I had to do was emulate the ways that animals comfort us when we're feeling low and encourage others to do the same. I am a testimony that the people and animals who approached me with empathy were more impactful than any documentary could ever be. The empathy towards my mental illness made me feel loved when I felt most unlovable. They were the hopeful light in that dark hole, and for that I am forever grateful. If you suspect someone is not doing so well, just ask them about it. And if they do open up, treat them with empathy and kindness, just like the animals do. For those that are silently struggling, remember that your story is not insignificant and your struggles do not make you weak. They make you strong and inspiring. There is strength in being vulnerable, and when that vulnerability is shared, it empowers others to embrace that same bravery too. Although approaching mental illness with empathy is only a very small act, many, many small acts create big change. With an empathetic approach, together we can not just alleviate, but completely obliterate the stigma and discrimination towards mental illness. When nearly half of Australians suffer from a mental illness, I dream that we can have a culture that encourages others to feel safe in having open conversations about their struggles. I dream that not 54%, but 100% of people can reach out for help. Mental illness or not, we all long for a friend who is loyal, who will always stay by our side in the hard times, is kind, caring, and will never judge us even when we make mistakes. This is exactly what animal therapy offers. A friend who will always be there to provide comfort or give a hug, and in my case, a paw in my lap. So if you take anything away from this, let it be listen and be empathetic. It may seem a small thing to you, but for someone struggling, it can be the very thing that shines a light in their darkness and help them navigate their way out of that dark hole. There is so much we can learn from animals. So observe how animals empathetically approach mental illness and exercise that same approach to everyone, whether they suffer from a mental illness or not. You never know what someone is going through, and unfortunately, it's the people that appear the happiest who are the ones that struggle the most. I hope that one day we will all have the same realisation that Sophie has and implement new approaches to mental illness to better the world and our approaches to one another. Sophie learnt that animals still love us when we feel sad, and they stay by our side so things aren't so bad. They love us despite what we're going through. Sophie was inspired to spread love like they do. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Congratulations, that was a stunning presentation, India.
Thank you.
If animals are the master healer therapists that all humans need, what do you think their therapy skills are?
So animals are just very, they're the most selfless beings, I think, in the entire world. They just thrive off giving love to people. For instance, so with mental illness, sometimes it can feel very isolating for people, and animals just provide just someone to sit with even when you're feeling your lowest, and yeah, they always provide emotional comfort and physical affection as well. And it's just very comforting for someone who is suffering to know that even though no one else may know about their mental illness, their dog or cat or horse, whatever, will always be there to support them.
I've seen you spend a lot of time in class and stuff on your iPad doodling. Do you have an approximate of exactly how much time you did spend? Because I'm guessing it's a lot.
Yeah, it is quite a bit. Sorry to all the teachers, by the way. So I worked it out last night, actually. If, say, on average, each page took 10 hours to create, which was probably more than that, but we'll say 10 hours, there's 15 pages of the book, so 150 hours. Yeah. Yes, Jessie?
What is your plan for the book? Do you want it in shops maybe or whatever?
Yeah, so in the next few months, I'm hoping to be able to publish the book once I've cleaned up a few of the illustrations and maybe add a few more pages. I'm hoping to be able to publish it and then have it in maybe some local libraries and some primary schools for the children. Yeah.
Hi, India. Well done.
Thank you.
I'm wondering, you learnt so much about the gifts that animals can share with us. I'm wondering if you had any thoughts that we could use, like any thoughts for our context, for instance.
As in what we can do to help people struggling?
No, in terms of using animals as a source of companionship.
Oh, okay.
Or...
Yeah. So with animal therapy, it's quite a recent kind of new thing that people are slowly starting to discover. So it doesn't have a lot of research behind it as such. I think as we use animal therapy more, the research behind it will, prop it up more. And so hopefully it can be used more in hospitals, nursing homes, schools, and places like that, where it's kind of seen as more of a kind of complicated form of therapy just due to risks and stuff. So hopefully if schools would be a great place to start. I know we have a few I think hamsters, no, what are they? Guinea pigs, sorry. Yeah, I know we have a few guinea pigs, and I mean, when I think it was year 11, we always had them in class with us, and it was, it was lovely to have them. And so I think if schools could start doing that more, and maybe hospitals start getting more open to the idea of it, I think, yeah, it can grow a lot in that way.
Well done, India. That was fabulous.
Thank you.
I'm really proud of you for sharing your story.
Thanks.
I'm wondering, what was the variety of animals that you discovered people were using for therapy? And I just remember your rats when you were little. Wondering what is the animal you connect to mostly as a support?
So when I was researching just online, I only really encountered dogs and horses that are used generally for animal therapy. But when I started interviewing people from around the world, I had some really fascinating animals that they were talking to me about. Cockatoos, llamas, what else? There was lots, rats. Actually, someone had a literacy program for young children using rats as animal therapy. Yeah, it's a whole wide range. I don't think there's really a definitive line that stops the different animals that can be used. But something that a type of animal that really helped me was my beautiful dog, Billy. The rats have been great over the many years. But I think, yeah, Billy has just really been extra special. And I actually did some time volunteering at a farm which worked with equine therapy, which was using horses, and working with them to help autistic people. And I'm not generally the most horsey type of person, but I really, started to connect with those horses. And yeah, it was very therapeutic to be able to go to the farm after a stressful day and just relax and pet the horses and, brush them, all that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Just to add on to Catherine's question, so you have different animals offering different therapies. Have you looked at how a dog therapy or healer skills is different to a cockatoo, to a horse? Did you see any of those nuances?
Yeah, so there's actually, within animal therapy, there's 3 different kind of ranges of like the training and the services that they provide. So dogs are usually used most for more of the complex forms of therapy, like having assistance dogs for people that are blind, or PTSD dogs and stuff like that. And then typically something like a cockatoo would be more on the lower level of complexity with animal therapy. But the philosophy is pretty much just the same. It's just to be there and provide, comfort for people who are struggling. A lot of the time, the cockatoo that I was talking with this girl about, she was using it in a literacy program for young people who are struggling with dyslexia. And the idea behind that was that an animal just won't judge you. Like, they don't know if you're making a mistake when you're reading. A human will, and a lot of the time children feel very uncomfortable, and even feeling nervous in front of reading can be making it worse as well. So having a therapy animal, or cockatoo, whatever it is, to just be there and listen and not judge is a really comforting way to help kids who are struggling to learn how to read. Yeah.
India.
Oh, hi.
You're brave, strong and true, and the
Thank
world
you.
needs your light.
Thank you.
You speak so well and so flawlessly, and I'm so looking forward to seeing you on TED Talk.
I don't think that will be happening.
My question to you is, as much as your book is amazing, I've seen it, are you prepared to also present? And I look forward to seeing you in the Oncology Awards for the children, and everywhere, on TV and everywhere, because you have such an amazing message to share in the world. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Was there a question in there? Was there... Oh, yeah, well, I'm very, yeah. Yeah, presenting the book, yes, I'd love to. I really want to be able to publish it, hopefully by the end of the year. But yeah, before I publish it, I'd like to be able to be really confident in the illustrations that I've done, because, yeah, I mean, I'm sure people won't notice the little details that I hate, but yeah, it's something that really bugs me. So I'd love to have it really nice before I publish it. And I mean, I don't have any big dreams of going on book tours, but I mean, if that happens, why not? And yeah, thank you though. Sally? Ooh. Oh, sorry, Heidi.
Well done.
Oh, sorry, that's not Heidi's. I'm sorry, the lights are super bright.
That's all right. Well done. That is just
Thank you.
Beautiful, important. Thanks for sharing your part in that story. It's very important. In your heart of hearts, do you still want to do a doco?
Yeah, so starting the year, film was something that I could see as a potential career for me after year 12. And I thought using it as a year 12 project would be a really good introduction for me before I start, you know, going into it professionally. And so, yeah, it was something that I was passionate before starting this program, and I think I've unfortunately kind of lost that passion a little bit now, just because there's been other things like doing children's illustrations that have kind of taken up that space. But yeah, I am still passionate about film, and I would love to do, maybe not a documentary, but short films for sure. I think I was a little bit too ambitious at the beginning of the year, but yeah.
Thanks. That was really inspiring and really courageous. Thank you so much for being so honest. I just wonder if you had an opportunity to actually go out with a pet therapist and what that experience was like, and whether that's something that you would think about actually doing yourself. I know I work at Flinders Medical Centre, and when the dogs are in the hospital, it's not just the patients, it's the whole, it's all the staff. Everything just changes as soon as there's an animal present. It just softens everything. So really positive.
Yeah, I encountered the same with the interviews that I did. A lot of the people that I was speaking to who were patients said that the healthcare workers there needed it even more so than the patients did. But yeah, so I didn't really embark in any animal therapy in more of a clinical setting myself. Usually animal therapy can be very casual, like the therapy that you get from animals, the animals don't even have to be trained. They just do it naturally. So no, I didn't have anything, you know, I didn't go to a place expecting animal therapy, but I found it in many, many parts of my life that I hadn't noticed it before. Yeah, thank you. All right, some thank yous. Firstly, thank you to my mentor, Solomon, for all the knowledge and support. Your patience with my project has been very, very helpful. And although filmmaking didn't end up being the most big part of my project, your efforts did not go unnoticed. To my supervisor, Robin, thank you for all your words of encouragement and constant support. Thank you for all the valuable project meetings, even though most of them turned into deep conversations about life. I will forever cherish your many words of wisdom. You are literally my fairy godmother. Thank you, Eleanor, for all the hard work and dedication you put into every single one of our projects. I honestly can't comprehend the amount of hours that you put into your work, and it is truly an honour to be one of your students. Thank you for always believing in me, even in the times where I didn't myself. And I will forever cherish our bond over a good blazer. To our amazing guardian, Elise, your support and genuine care is very, very much appreciated, a lot more than you know. Thank you to Basil for coming to our projects over this weekend. I could have never asked for a better primary school teacher in our early years of school, and your kind and nurturing spirit has made us into the people we are today. To the most wonderful group of people sitting beside me, you guys inspire me every single day, even in the smallest of ways. I'm so privileged to be able to go through this journey with you and watch us go from tiny little kindy kids into truly incredible adults. Thank you to my amazing parents. You guys have been my rock this year. Thank you for never letting me give up and always providing a shoulder to cry on. I can't even put into words how lucky am I to have such brilliant people I get to call Mum and Dad. Thank you to my sister Layla. You will never fail to make me laugh, and you've always picked me up when I needed it. Even though I am the bigger sister going through year 12, your wisdom and valuable life lessons will always hold a special place in my heart. Lastly, thank you and happy birthday to my beautiful dog, Billy. Her support this year has been an absolute gift, and her kind-hearted spirit is unmatched. Thank you.
Well done, you two. And we are going to take a lunch break now. We'll be back at 1:30. Thank you.
Welcome back, Welcome back, everyone. Up next, we have the wonderful Diya, who has been exploring the importance of listening to stories and what draws us to audio storytelling. She is one of the most intelligent people I have ever met, so you guys should be very excited. She has put lots of hard work and passion into her project, so please give her a very warm welcome. Everyone has a story. In fact, our beings are a collage of stories. They layer upon each other, culminating in a being we call ourself. Our experiences build on top of each other, all of them chronicled inside of us. Most of these stories remain unshared and stay within us, but all of them have had an impact on us. These tales have woven together to create the essence that is you. As children, we were told stories all the time, firing up the imagination. We got told stories for many reasons. Some were cautionary, some were to help us understand the world around us, and some were for us to simply enjoy. Before we could talk, before we could read, we got told stories. The first way that we interact with a story is by hearing it. We can't replace hearing a story with any other form of storytelling. A child still needs to hear how a story works before they can start constructing narratives from pictures. In fact, we learn here at Waldorf through storytelling, learning about the world through the spoken word. There is something that is almost primal about hearing someone tell a story. Storytelling is something that is intrinsically human. It is central to human society, and some even say that storytelling is what led to the creation of culture. As we grow older, we start to consume our stories in other ways. We start to read, listen to music, and more recently, watch movies and shows. We start talking to our friends, telling small stories to each other in our conversations, engaging in conversational storytelling. We speak to our friends about the new interests that we have, or to the cashier at the coffee shop about how awful the weather is. While the number of stories we can participate in grows, it seems to me that the opportunity to sit and listen to stories dwindles. We don't get to sit and listen to a story with no ulterior motives as much anymore. The radio is there for us to listen to, but the radio doesn't offer the personal touch that we seem to crave in our shrinking world. Radio caters to a very general audience, and there is a lack of specialization, or even choice. Of course, people still listen to the radio, but there is another form of audio communication that is becoming increasingly popular, which became the focus of my project this year. I have always loved stories. Anyone who knows me can tell you that I am an avid reader and have been for as long as I could read. I have grown up reading books of all kinds. If the story is good, no matter the genre, I will read it and I will enjoy it. But as much as I have loved to read, I have always loved hearing someone tell a story more. It was always a treat if I got to listen to someone telling me a story. However, audiobooks weren't accessible to me, and listening to a story was never as fast as reading it myself. So I read, and I read lots. The summer of 2018 rolled around, and I felt completely aimless. Nothing was catching my attention. The feeling that comes to mind when I think of that summer is a feeling that you get when you're really hungry, but nothing in the fridge looks good. It was a muggy summer afternoon, and I had run out of things to do. I had read all the books in the house, and it was too hot to do anything that required moving my body at all. It was in this boredom that I opened the purple Apple Podcasts app on my phone for the first time. I had no intention behind what I was doing. I had never really heard of podcasts before, but having run out of things to do, I decided that I didn't have anything to lose. I opened the app
and on the trending page was immediately recommended the podcast Serial by Sarah Koenig. I started listening, and for the next 9 hours was inexplicably transfixed. Something about this format had pulled me in, but I wasn't able to pinpoint exactly what it was. Who here has listened to a podcast before? That's lots of you, that's great, makes my job easier. I can guarantee that 5 years ago, the number of people who had heard of a podcast before was significantly lower. The podcast is something that has started to become increasingly popular in recent years. While podcasts have been around now for more than a decade, it is only recently that they have started to come into popular culture. Technically speaking, a podcast is an episodic series of spoken word digital audio files that a user can download to a personal listening device for easy listening. In more simple terms, a podcast is basically a radio show that can be streamed from various platforms with no parameters. Its topic can be as broad or as specific as its creator wants. There is a podcast that can be found about virtually anything. There are some podcasts that are more like traditional radio shows that are available to be listened to on demand, while others are more topic-specific. There are podcasts guiding you in how to invest, or podcasts talking about history or philosophy. Some are far more experimental, like a podcast that tells bedtime stories that are specifically designed to make the listener fall asleep, or like the podcast Walking, where the creator records himself going on hikes. There are other creators who record the little conversations that they have with themselves while they're walking, but that is still more than what John Mooallem, the creator of Walking, records. Imagine listening to a podcast where the only things you can hear are the crunch of footsteps on leaves and old twigs, the sound of the birds, and occasionally a passing hello to a fellow hiker. While this sounds, for want of a better word, boring, it is also a surprisingly popular podcast. The silent companionship that is offered through this podcast can't be found anywhere else on the internet. The podcast is an incredibly new format, and so has no rules or boundaries yet. When podcasts were first introduced, they were marketed as an audio file that anyone can upload so that other people could listen to it. Now, this doesn't sound that appealing. Who would want to listen to what is basically amateur radio? Turns out, a lot of people would. But in 2004, back when podcasts had first been created, people hadn't yet realized the potential of this new format. While at first, the fact that there was no set audience, no monetization, and no set topics that people had to follow made podcasting seem quite pointless, it is those very facts that have made podcasting so successful today. Podcasts are one of the purest ways of creating on the internet. This format is still so new that there are no rules set on how to make a podcast, not like when you write an essay or a scientific article. There is no monetization unless you choose to monetize through outside sources. The commodification of the format is not built in, and it makes a noticeable difference. What this enables is complete creative freedom. People can freely talk about topics that would otherwise be censored on other platforms. This, of course, has the issue of extremist groups being able to spread ideas around freely, but the opposite of this is that marginalized voices are being heard and louder than those of ill intent. Podcasts can be about any topic, which allows for a world of experimentation. During this past year, I have been exploring podcasting and what is that thing that draws us to audio storytelling. I knew that I liked to listen to people tell stories, but I just couldn't put my finger on the why. I decided to pursue this question of mine by creating my own podcast. That brought up the question of what the podcast would be about. While thinking over it, I realized that creating a podcast solo wouldn't be something that would be challenging enough for me. I'm also quite an indecisive person and knew that if I did do a podcast by myself, I wouldn't be able to decide on a topic until halfway through the year at least. Some of my favorite podcasts have been interview-based, and I thought that I could connect more with the wider community in this way. I have always found interviewing people difficult, and so realized that I had more room for growth there. Little did I know how challenging this would be. I jumped into this project, starting my research by, of course, listening to a wide variety of podcasts. I found podcasts that were similar to what I had in mind and let them inspire me, as well as ones that were worlds away from what I had imagined. I listened to some amazing podcasts, as well as some not-so-good podcasts. I set myself these huge goals of creating multiple episodes and becoming a successful podcaster. I started sourcing equipment and looking for software that I could use. I got my 2 mics and a recorder and started testing my equipment, recording myself talking to my bedroom wall. I knew, going into this project, that I would have to become intimately familiar with my own voice. But I didn't realize how uncomfortable this process would be. Who here has recorded themselves speaking, maybe for their voicemail, and when they listened back to it, realized that they sounded nothing like what they thought they did? Yeah, it's really common. There is a scientific reason for this, regarding sound waves moving through your skull, but it has a huge psychological effect as well. The voice is such an important part of who we are. It is how most of us interact with the world, how we interact with other people, how we express ourselves. I knew that it would be a process working through this, but I thought that I would be able to work past it rather quickly. I could not have been further from the mark. I had thought that I was quite comfortable in my voice, but as time went on, I realized that I actually wasn't. It wasn't that I struggled to talk into the microphone, it was that I hated having to listen back to it. Editing became a chore, and a particularly unpleasant one at that. This insecurity of mine grew even more as I started interviewing people. I have never been the most outgoing person, quite the opposite actually. I have always been far more confident being led in a conversation rather than being the one leading, because that's what a conversational interview is. It is someone leading a person through their questions. Interviewing people shifts the power dynamic in a conversation towards the interviewer, something that made me more nervous than I already was, talking to people who I barely knew. This lack of confidence in myself, coupled with trying to interview someone, made for an incredibly uncomfortable interviewing environment. The thing about recording audio is that you can't hide from it. Listening back to the audio betrayed my own nervousness. This is part of the draw of listening to podcasts. You can hear the human behind the words. Recording your voice isn't like photography. You can arrange a person into a pose, but you can't manipulate someone else's voice to disguise how they are truly feeling. While this can be good, it can make a bad interview that much worse. It was when listening back to the audio footage that I had collected from my first interview that I realized that while listening to myself speak by myself caused me some discomfort, it was nothing compared to those hearing myself speak to other people. I absolutely despised listening to those first clips. I was hearing every single stutter, and I could almost feel my nervousness through my headphones. While I could try and cut out parts of what I said during the editing process, editing could only do so much. I could record by myself, but having to record with other people amped up my nervousness to previously unfelt levels. I knew I had to work through this. My entire project hinged on me being able to handle listening to my own voice. I thought that I could work through this by desensitizing myself from my voice. I started taking every opportunity that I had to record myself. If an assignment had an option where I could record myself, I took that option and I ran with it. This helped, but only a little bit. My biggest problem was still that I couldn't talk with ease when I was recording with other people. It was while I was writing a reflection about this very problem in my journal that I realized that I had been thinking about this the wrong way around. When thinking about my podcast, I had been centering myself in my mind. I had been worrying about what my voice sounded like, when the podcast was actually about the people I was talking to. I had to put myself in the perspective of the person who I was interviewing. I was becoming so preoccupied with myself that I hadn't been considering how it would feel to be getting recorded for the first time, to be interviewed about your life or your interests. I had the advantage of being able to practice speaking into the microphone. They didn't. In this instance, I was the one who should have been making the person I was speaking to more comfortable, and I was getting so caught up that I hadn't been able to. Looking at it from the perspective of the person who I was interviewing, I was able to put my own concerns on the back burner. This also, inadvertently, made me relax more and become more confident in my own voice. It was then that I noticed something. As I got more confident in myself, the people who I was speaking to became more relaxed. This allowed the conversation to flow better, making for better listenability. My own confidence was enabling the people around me to feel more confident. Once I was no longer worrying about my own voice much, I was able to listen more to what was being said to me, and I noticed a common thread in all the people who I was talking to. Whenever I asked people if they wanted to talk to me, they said that they didn't have anything to talk about, that they hadn't done anything interesting in their lives. Somehow, the people who I knew to be some of the most interesting thought that they hadn't done anything that was of note. Something about this bothered me, but I couldn't figure out why until I had a revelation during a seemingly normal conversation that I had with some friends. I had been talking to some friends when I told them a little story about myself that I had thought was quite normal, but they reacted as if it was quite abnormal. And it wasn't even the actions that I described that were odd. It was my thought process behind them. My perspective was the thing that was intriguing. I wouldn't say that I have done anything particularly awe-inspiring in my life. I haven't climbed mountains or solved world hunger. And yet, people still listen to the stories that I tell about the small things that have happened in my relatively short life. The same way that I listen to other people talk about their own thoughts and experiences. These aren't epic tales worth writing books about, but sharing my own small stories helped my friends to learn more about me. In fact, I would argue that it is those small details, those small snapshots, that make a person. I was trying to capture these stories, the ones that people disregard through my podcast. My friends thought that my relatively normal experience was so fascinating because of the lens through which I see the world. Because of this constant proximity, my own view of myself is that of someone quite boring. It is only when I tell other people about things in my own life that I can gain some perspective. I started noticing this phenomenon in other people. People who I have known for years sometimes mentioned aspects of their lives that they thought were irrelevant, but made for the most fascinating conversation topics. Once I had grasped what I was noticing, I realized that this is what I was trying to achieve with my own podcast. I was talking to relatively ordinary people, hoping to learn about the things that they thought were too boring to share, because it is these stories that reveal a person the most. A throwaway question about why a person that I interviewed went into creating ice cream turned into an in-depth retrospective into her childhood. In fact, by talking out loud to another person, I noticed it seemed that she was able to learn about herself at the same time as me. In fact, that is exactly what she told me once we stopped recording. At the beginning of this project, I had thought that I was embarking on a very practical project with a very material result. Yet I have found, at this end of the year, that the thing that has made the biggest impact on me has been my journey of self-acceptance. That is not to downplay the practical side of my project. I have learnt skills that I otherwise would not have, like editing audio, how to interview a person, and so on. I am now the creator of a podcast, Unspoken Words, which can be found on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and Stitcher. There is a reason that people keep coming back to audio storytelling. Hearing someone tell a story reveals more than just the words that are spoken. The voice is such an important part of who we are that gets left completely off the page. A laugh can't translate into words. You can describe it, but the true essence gets lost. The most human way to hear a person's story is by listening to them. And everyone's story is worth listening to. Don't think that just because you haven't created some new life-saving technology or found a new continent, that your own story is not worth listening to. Your story is unique and interesting, simply because it is from your own individual perspective. You are made of a mesh of all your stories. Every single one is your own. It is not necessary or even possible to tell everyone all your stories, but I promise you that there will always be someone willing to listen when you do. Thank you. Any questions?
Hey Diya, well done.
Thank you.
I was just wondering, I know that you've done a lot of research over your project, and I was just wondering how many books you'd read and how many podcast episodes you've listened to.
I wouldn't know about podcasts. I've been actually listening to more over the last couple of months than in the rest of the year, which is a bit odd because that's when I stopped actually making the podcast and started focusing on the theory of my project. But books, I know it's somewhere in the 110s. Yeah.
Thank you, Diya. I listened to one of your interviews, and when you sent me the file, I could see that it went for about 30 minutes. And I started to listen to it, and after about 8 minutes, I felt like the person you were interviewing had pretty much said everything that they had to say, and yet I knew that there was another 20 or so minutes to go. And what I noticed was that you were able to ask questions that got a lot more out of that person, got another 23 minutes out of that person, and a lot more was revealed. And I wanted to ask you about whether you researched ways to ask questions that would get more out of people, or whether that was something that came naturally to you.
It does not come naturally to me. That is something that I struggled with. It's also something that's really difficult to research because usually people think that, like, if you Google this, for example, like, how do you interview someone? They think you're talking about job interviews, which you're looking for very specific content or ideas that you're trying to, like, learn about the person through. So I think it was just a process of, like, trial and error. I had to write down questions that I might ask beforehand on a piece of paper so that I had things that I could create a structure out of, so that I wasn't worrying about the basic questions, and then that left me free to think about more branching questions. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much, Diya. I wondered, you talk about on one of the interviews you had that someone had reflected that they had actually learned a lot more about themselves through the interview. And I wondered if you considered kind of looking further into this after school with looking into psychology or potentially therapy?
That's not something that I've actually considered. I think I was just trying to figure out ways to connect with people better rather than trying to actually delve into the psychology of how they are. Yeah.
Thanks, Diya. You said that it's an unregulated medium at the moment and that it's changing. Where do you see podcasts going over the next few years? Do you see it changing, growing?
I think it's becoming a more legitimate form of information and media. I know that before Spotify created their own podcasting company, it was still really considered an offshoot of radio. This American Life, which is really popular, and Serial, which is one I mentioned, they're all offshoots of NPR, which is a public radio station in the US. Before that, it was still kind of just a very amateur thing. People couldn't be career podcasters, right? But now it's becoming, monetization is becoming more common, but it's still something that you choose to opt for. And it's becoming more of a viable option in creating content. It's also become a new form of learning and other, just an information source. I know a lot of podcasts are very informational, but they maybe wouldn't be considered a good source or reference until very recently.
Hi, Diya. Well done.
Oh, thank you.
You spoke about questions. I'm wondering about the process. How did you prepare for an interview? What kind of, did you have structure in mind? Did you have a goal of where you were hoping to get to? Or were you thinking, that will be my climax, and then I'm winding down? I'm just wondering, how did you set it up?
At first, I was doing pre-interviews where I was talking to the people beforehand, but then I found that when I did that, I was having all the good conversation at that point, and then when I got to the actual recording stage, it would just be a really bad remake of the first conversation. So I thought I'd get rid of the pre-interview altogether. And then I didn't really have a goal in mind. I was trying to keep it very open-ended so the person who I was talking to could take it in any direction that they wanted to. I set out to I'd make 10 questions, because on average you'd spend maybe 3 or 4 minutes on a question, and that would bulk it out. But if I ended up going under, I could keep adding to it through what they'd already said, because trying to create questions when you haven't yet talked to a person, but you already know a broad overview of what they have, it's still a really bare bones kind of question structure. So creating questions while the interview is going on was really important.
So about your future and interviewing and podcasting, do you think you'll keep doing podcasts? And if so, how do you see that going? But 2, have you thought about this in terms of a career or as part of your study? So for example, in my field of social science, interviewing is a key thing. And being good at that is hard, and it's not something that they necessarily teach very well at uni.
I don't know if I'd want to become a career podcaster. I know there are a few, and they're very successful, but it's very rare and far between. I think I just want to do it as a way of getting to know the people around me better, because I think trying to deep dive into a specific, maybe, realm of their world, it makes you connect in a different way. I know that interviewing people has probably made me more outgoing and maybe more willing to ask questions normally. So I think that's something I'll take with me, but I don't know if going to social sciences or anything is something that I'm very interested in. That's not to say I might not do it, but as far as I know, I probably won't.
Hi, Diya. Thank you. That's a fascinating topic that you've covered. The question I have is a really personal one, I suppose, about your voice. You talked about the fact that you didn't really like hearing it. 2 parts of the question. Number 1, did you look into vocal training or ways of changing the way you speak so that you are more happy with it? And number 2, what changed in you so that you became more comfortable with it?
I honestly don't think that vocal training even crossed my mind. It just seemed so far out of the realm of possibility. It was just, this is how I sound. Other people hear me like this. That's not good. And sorry, what was the second part of that?
Did you? How did you change about your thoughts about yourself and your speaking voice?
I honestly think it was just some distance. I edited an episode that I did really recently after having edited it a first time around. So I started again from scratch, and I found that my entire way that I thought about myself was completely different. The first time around when I was editing, I was like trying to cut out any stutter or any like bit of silence that I thought was too long. But when I was doing it again, I realized that that is what makes it flow. That is the thing that makes it seem real. And I think it was just some distance because I hadn't listened to it again in a couple of months.
Well done. I just wanted to ask, is it easier to break into podcasting or radio in terms of finding a career? Yeah.
I think with radio, there's already an established setting where you can be in radio. You can do things behind the scenes as well as being on air. With podcasting, it's still very much like being a YouTuber. You just kind of have to find your own way, really. There are some podcasting studios now, like Gimlet, which is Spotify's studio, but it's still not like a mainstream thing that people know about and know as a viable career option. So I would say that radio at the moment is still more of a career path than podcasting.
Howdy. Nice, I liked it. If I represented the Year 11 group and I was trying to ask the question to you, the one question that they're all going to have to come up with a question for next year, what would your answer to be to all of us as the Year 11?
To coming up with a question that they have to follow?
Yeah. How do you look at it now? Mastering, asking questions and analysing it and doing all of that. If you look back at it the other way, to give the answer to these guys to create that question.
With the question that I went into with this project, which was what draws us to audio storytelling, I thought that was going to be a really broad overview. I thought that I was going to have to narrow it down at some point, but then I just kind of left it. I think I just picked a really broad theme and then just dived into that and then realized that it was actually what I was exploring, not necessarily a singular part. I would probably say that you won't really notice what your question is until you've actually started doing it, because I know that happened with me. I didn't realize that that is what I was exploring. So just let your project take you where it takes you.
I'm wondering what kind of stories you looked for when looking for people to interview. What genre, I guess, and why you were drawn to that genre.
I was looking at actually anything. I think I was struggling to find people who thought that they had anything that they were willing to share. So if it was something that they had, I asked them to talk to me. I was really looking for a broad spectrum of things to talk about. So I didn't want to just get stuck in one thing. I wanted it to be a little bit multi-purpose, I guess. First, I would like to thank my family for, least of all, keeping me fed and making sure that I have been getting enough sleep all year. You have given time and money towards this project, as well as an unquantifiable amount of support. Thank you for letting me use the house for my interviews, and thank you for being quiet while I held them. Knowing you have my back has been invaluable, and I truly could not have done it without you all. To my mentor, Peter, who couldn't be here today, thank you for helping me out of some creative dry spells, as well as being a well of ideas. Some quite major parts of my project would not have happened without your support, so thank you. To my supervisors, Eleanor and Nick, thank you for our weekly meetings and all the guidance. Eleanor, I don't know how you manage being the overall project coordinator, as well as all your other roles, as well as being our supervisor, but I am so thankful for your role in my project this year. Nick, you have been so consistent and present every week, week after week, and our check-ins have really been the only thing one of the only things holding me accountable for my time. Without the both of you, I'm sure my project would have fallen off to the wayside, so thank you. To Elise, I truly commend you for having dealt with our class these past few years. It can't have been an easy job, but I would like to think that it's paid off. You have been so consistent this past year, coming in every morning with a ridiculous amount of energy and keeping our morale up. You've been an amazing guardian, so thank you. To the class, the constant companionship this year has been amazing. It's reassuring to come into school every day and know that I am not alone in this mammoth of a project and just the year in general. You guys have all done an amazing job these past few days, and I am so proud to have been a part of your class. And to all of you in the audience and on the live stream, these presentations quite literally would not be the same without you, so thank you. And now, for our next and final speaker. He has been looking at the sustainability of the food industry and has a message for us for the future. He has put a lot of effort into his project, so please welcome to the stage, Julian Zehle.
What if I were to tell you that everybody here today could build an innovative technology that contributes to the sustainable food industry? At the start of the year, I knew one thing was certain. I was going to build an innovative and alternative technology that would help solve a big problem that the world is facing. What I didn't know was that through building a technology, I would come to appreciate the genius of nature. I would discover how we humans can learn from nature. And finally, how we should work hand in hand with nature as we adapt to our quickly changing world. The world is facing huge and unprecedented problems. Climate change, overpopulation, soil mineral depletion, and environmental pollution, just to name a few. I don't want to sound pessimistic, but we can't fix these problems in one day or with one technology. Rather, there are countless technologies that all work together to address these issues. For example, wind power, solar power, vertical farming, electric cars, and carbon capture. With this in mind, I figured that I shouldn't focus on tackling all of these issues at once, and spending the whole year researching a hypothetical silver bullet to the world's problems. If I could spend time building and researching just one thing that contributed to the whole network of other technologies out there, I would be doing good for the world. So how did I find this technology? Well, through hours of talking to people and doing research, I finally came across aquaponics, a technology that combines aquaculture, which is fish farming, and hydroponics, growing plants without soil, to create a system in which two nutritious foods are grown by working together. There were a few main reasons why I chose aquaponics. Firstly, the concept itself fascinated me, and I just thought the idea was really cool. As an added bonus, my family runs a plant growing business and has connections in this area, so I knew I would have good access to knowledgeable people if I needed help. Finally, there was a connection to aquaponics with my personal interest into sustainable technologies. From reading books, articles, and having geography as a subject, I was acutely aware of the issues that the food industry will face as the population grows. Issues including climate change, soil mineral depletion, and overfishing. At this point in my project, I was left with two questions. How can aquaponics contribute to making our food more sustainable? And more importantly, how on earth do I build it? First, let's talk about how aquaponics works. When it gets down into the fine details, aquaponics gets more complicated, but fundamentally, it is quite simple. Aquaponics is an alternative food production system, but it works just like a regular outdoor fish pond. In a fish pond, you have fish in the water, and in the water, you have all sorts of nutrients. These nutrients are produced when good bacteria feed on fish waste, leaves, and any other organic material inside the pond. The thing is, we don't want a huge build-up of these nutrients, or else the fish in the pond will die. This is where the plants come in. In a pond where there is both nutrients and sunlight, algae and other plants such as water lilies will grow. These plants eat the nutrients out of the water, and by doing so, keep the water clean and the fish healthy. The difference between aquaponics and a pond is that in aquaponics, the water is extracted from the fish enclosure and irrigated to an external grow bed, where the roots of the plants absorb the nutrients out of the water, which is returned to the fish tank, completing the cycle. So what benefits does aquaponics have? Aquaponics has been shown to have multiple sustainability advantages over conventional farming methods. There is less of an environmental impact than regular fish farming. What is usually considered waste gets recycled. What is usually considered wastewater gets recycled. This means there is much less of an environmental impact. This means much less water is being used to raise fish because it can be recycled over and over again. Finally, there is no topsoil mineral depletion because you don't need soil to grow the plants. After watching plenty of YouTube videos on aquaponics, I kind of convinced myself that building it was going to be pretty easy and that I could maybe even build 2 units. It is safe to say I was really excited and confident. I was going to build my own aquaponics system in my backyard and then maybe even build one for the school. The one thing I needed to find before I started was a mentor. After looking around locally, I didn't find anyone with the level of expertise I was looking for. But finally, I had a breakthrough. I got into contact with Joe, who lives in Queensland. Deciding to have Joe as my mentor was a bit of a risk because it meant I wouldn't have hands-on practical help with building the system. But despite this risk, Joe offered a significant reward. He is an agricultural chemist and a marine biologist, the 2 fields of expertise best suited for aquaponics. After 10 minutes on the phone, I could tell I had hit the jackpot. Joe was an expert in growing plants and determining what nutrients they needed. On top of this, he was very knowledgeable in fish farming. After spending more time talking with Joe, he informed me that I was going to have to do a bunch of research, design, and building if I wanted to get this project done to a high standard. The first step was research. I was quite lucky because alongside my mentor meetings, I had 11 hours worth of university-grade lectures from Joe about aquaculture. In the lectures, Joe explained to me that there are 8 water quality parameters which I needed to control. He told me it is essential that these 8 things are addressed, otherwise the water quality would not be optimal and there would be more chance of the fish dying. The problem was, the system now looked a lot more complicated than what I first envisioned it to be. I was extremely grateful for these lectures, but I was now pushed way out of my comfort zone, and I was nervous about getting the system up and running in time. With this new sense of pressure, I decided on some deadlines. I was going to finish the building of my system in the first term holidays. This meant I got to work on it all day without being interrupted by schoolwork. But it also meant I would have just 2 weeks to do a bunch of work. It was a sacrifice for me, but I knew it was worth it. So I got to work designing the system. This period of my project was quite pressured, and I was indecisive for many reasons. Firstly, I was sceptical about building a unit which included 4 different filters. It basically meant I would have to do a lot of work that I might not get done on time. On the other hand, it would mean that my system would cover all the 8 water quality parameters, and it would just be a much better, cleaner system. I argued a lot about this point with my mentor, and despite my best efforts to take the easy road and change the design to reduce the workload, my mentor convinced me that if I just put in the hard work now and made a thorough design, I would save myself a whole lot of trouble in the future. The next complication was that I wanted to build the system using as many recycled materials as possible. The most scary part was that I needed to build all the filters myself, as it would have cost me thousands to buy all the filters that I needed. With all of this ahead of me, I now had just 5 weeks left to pull the design together and get all the materials I needed ready. After hours of talking with my mentor, I came up with my final version of a 3D system design, which we were both happy with. The design was complete on the first day of the Term 1 holidays. While this was good progress for me, it was out of the frying pan and straight into the fire. This is because I had just 2 weeks left to build the entire system virtually on my own. With all my materials now in hand, I began the building process. First, my dad showed me how to glue pipes together correctly. Once I knew how to do this, I got to work measuring, cutting, joining, and gluing each part of the system together. Building the aquaponics system was admittedly quite difficult for me, as I had no prior experience with this kind of thing. On top of that, I wasn't using standard aquaculture equipment, so it was much more likely for the plumbing connections to leak. The plumbing process involved me gluing the pipes together and then attaching the pipework to a filter. Finally, I had to test the connection by filling the pipes with water to check if it was going to leak. As it turns out, there was a lot of leaking. In fact, at every point where I connected the pipework to a filter, there was a leak. This was a cruel and time-consuming procedure, as sometimes the connection would be watertight and I would be overjoyed that it had worked, but then just a few hours later, it would spontaneously decide to start leaking. This was seriously frustrating, as I would put in 8 hours of hard work just to be met with a leaking pipe. I would go to bed feeling defeated and unmotivated to do the same thing the very next day. But still, I pushed through, and I realised there was always a way to do something differently. I could always find another way to join a pipe, and there were plenty of YouTube videos and tutorials where I could just find out a new way to do something. Or I could put in the time and problem solve. All I needed was creativity and determination to finish. With the many hiccups and loss of motivation to finish building the unit, there were a few points where I was seriously unsure whether I was going to meet the deadline. But I kept putting in the work, and I finished the building of the aquaponics system by the end of the holidays. And it was safe to say I was satisfied with the outcome. It felt crazy to me that just 2 weeks earlier, all I had was a bunch of theory in my head and pages of notes and drawings of the aquaponics system. What was even crazier is that just 10 weeks earlier, I was a complete novice. I knew nothing about aquaculture systems or how to build them. Now I had it all in front of me. I'd pulled everything together and created something I was proud of. In the end, the system had 4 water filters, which dealt with the 8 quality parameters I mentioned earlier. By building these filters myself with recycled materials, I saved myself around $1,500. I also saved myself an additional $1,300 by using a recycled grow bed and by buying a bulk storage container off of Facebook Marketplace and using this as my fish tank. This meant, in the end, I only ended up spending a little over $1,000 on the whole system. Sorry. Now let me talk you through my design. This is the storage container, which is my fish tank. From here, the water flows through to the first filter, which collects fish waste. Just behind that is another little filter, which collects very fine solids so that the water doesn't get too murky. Just next to this, there is a disinfectant unit, which kills any harmful pathogens or diseases. Then there is this little pipe up here. This is just a tube filled with charcoal that removes any toxic substance that might be in the water. Next, the water flows to this blue drum, which is filled with plastic shade cloth. The shade cloth acts as a surface area for a huge colony of good bacteria to live on. Just like in the fish pond, which I mentioned earlier, these bacteria convert the dissolved fish waste into nutrients. Finally, there is a little pump inside this first filter here, which pumps water out to the grow bed where the nutrients are removed, and the clean water flows back to the fish tank, completing the cycle. Now, in hindsight, there are a few parts of the system that I could have designed differently. But given the amount of time I had and the experience level I was at, I was quite happy with my work. I was probably actually most proud of the first filter in the system because I had discovered this one on my own on the internet. All the other filters had been recommended to me, but I'd come up with this one myself, and it turned out to be the most efficient filter in the system. The next step of my project was exciting. It was getting the fish. I travelled to Mount Compass and got 25 rainbow trout fingerlings for a very good price. This day was long awaited because I thought I was now done with any hard work and that I'd overcome the bulk of the stress, which was doing the practical. But things don't always go to plan. I soon found out I caused myself a whole lot of trouble by failing to do one very important step correctly when putting fish into a new system. I hadn't started that bacteria colony. My attempts to start a colony of beneficial bacteria had failed, and the fish tank was now missing a vital step of the filter process. Despite the water filtration not working properly for 3 months, I was able to get away with only having 4 fish die before the bacteria colony finally built up and the system began to work successfully. Having a few fish die was sort of expected, but still, it wasn't nice having to check up on the system every single day for 3 months to check if the fish was still alive. This did take a bit of a mental toll and was probably the most stressful time I'd had this year. But I was past it, and I was now in July, and my system was producing the nutrients that could grow some plants. This meant I was finally on the home stretch, and I felt like there was a weight off of my shoulders. It was now time to work on the hydroponics of the system. The grow bed was already installed. All I had to do was plant some greens. Of course, I'd seen many successful aquaponic grow beds online, but I was quite honestly unsure as to whether the plants would successfully grow with the nutrients that they were getting. This is because the water in aquaponics is less nutrient-rich than in standard hydroponics. My mentor also told me that I would most likely need to add fertiliser because the nutrient levels probably just wouldn't cut it. I was quite nervous after hearing this because it meant that I might have just done a whole lot of work to be disappointed. Unfortunately, after the first few weeks of growing, it looked like mine and my mentor's suspicions had been right. The plant's leaves were yellowing and showing nutrient deficiencies. It was at this point where I seriously thought that all the other aquaponics grow beds I had seen must have been adding some other fertiliser to their plants because mine just wouldn't grow on their own. This was a really disappointing moment for me because I'd put in all this time, money, and dealt with all of these hiccups just to find out that my plants wouldn't grow. But I got lucky. I decided to experiment with the system. I increased the plant watering cycle from 4 times per day to 15 times per day. Within a week, the plants were beginning to flourish and green. This was great news because my faith in aquaponics had now been restored, and I learned an important lesson. Things are always different in practice than in theory. This flourishing of the plants marked another important moment for me. I could now simply stand back and let the system do its thing while I continued with the rest of my project. The rest of my project journey involved more research into aquaponics and a contribution to the community. In my research, I found that the fish feed used in most aquaculture farms was unsustainable because it was just wild caught fish that was ground up into fish meal. What's worse is that it takes 10 tonnes of fish caught from the ocean to produce just 1 tonne of fish in aquaculture. With this new knowledge, I decided that I wanted to improve the feeding method of my own aquaponics system so I could be 10 times more sustainable. The way I did this was by creating an insect farm, from which I could harvest the insects to feed the fish. The only thing I needed to grow the insects was food scraps and compost. This meant I was essentially going to be creating fish and plants from food scraps. I haven't produced any insect food as of yet, but I've built my own insect farm and it is full of compost and ready to go. The last part of my project journey was my community contribution. I wanted this community contribution to connect with my theme of animals and plants working together. So, with Sue Catlow's help, I built worm towers with the Class 8s in their garden beds. Worm towers are just small worm farms which are dug into the garden bed. All you have to do is fill the tower with food scraps and worms, and they'll eat through it and create worm castings and worm juice. By doing this, I hoped to be putting the school's food waste to good use for a long time, and I hoped that the kids would learn just one example of how we can turn trash into treasure with a little help from animals. With my project now complete, I want to connect this all back to the bigger picture. How does my aquaponics system contribute to making our food production more sustainable? Well, part of making the planet more sustainable is finding better ways to produce food. What I've discovered through my journey is that we need to work hand in hand with nature. We need to utilise existing relationships between plants and animals to create ecosystems in which both can thrive but also benefit us. Nature is effective like that. The insects eat the decomposing plants, the insects are eaten by the fish, and the fish waste is used by plants to grow. And the cycle repeats. By being so involved in building my own little version of this cycle, I have now realised upon reflection that we humans can learn a lot from nature's circular cycles. Within the next 50 years, it will be essential for humans to embrace circular economies, where we share, reuse, repair, refurbish, and recycle existing materials and products for as long as possible. And who better to learn from than the master of cycles, nature? Ultimately, my aquaponics system serves two purposes. It is an example of the type of technology we need in the future, but it is also a metaphor for how the world needs to operate. Just like my system, the world needs to recycle materials, reduce waste, reuse waste, and work in a circular economy. Thank you. Any questions?
Hi, Julian, Mark here.
Hey, Mark.
How much water does the system take? Like, not hold, but we'd have to keep replenishing.
We do have to keep replenishing a little bit because obviously there's evaporation when the water gets pumped out to the grow bed, which is exposed to sunlight. So I need to top up whatever it evaporates. And the system's capacity is around 1,500 litres. So yeah, I have to replenish about maybe 50 litres every week or two. Dan?
Hi, Julian. That was really, really interesting. Thank you.
Thanks.
I wondered if you'd had the opportunity to compare how the plants in your exterior grow bags were growing in relation to the plants that you grow conventionally on the farm. Meaning if, do you see any better yield or quality? And secondly, when will the family farm be diversifying into rainbow trout?
So to answer the last question first, I don't think they will be, unfortunately, but so the comparison, right. I didn't go about actually doing a proper scientific comparison in this situation, which is probably what would have been needed to give accurate results. But just off of face value, I think, the plants weren't showing nutrient deficiencies, and based off of feedback from the showcase of people trying like the watercress and things like that, it did taste very similar to any conventional crops that you might buy from the supermarket otherwise. But yeah, no, I didn't do any scientific work, which probably would have been needed to answer that question.
Are you going to try and improve the design that you've got, or are you just going to keep it how it is?
I've decided that I'm going to discontinue with the aquaponic system because it does need a bit of maintenance, and I'm not really keen on keeping that up because I want to move into, starting a career and things like that. So I have stopped, and I probably won't continue improving.
Did you have any problems with dissolved solids or salinity, but because you were just topping up the water? And what was the growth rate that you got from the trout?
I haven't measured the rainbow trout, so I don't know the exact growth rate, but I can say that I bought them at this size when they were fingerlings, and they've now grown to around about that size, so that's your growth rate. And what was the other part of the question? Yep, I didn't have any trouble with salinity, but yeah, with the dissolved solids, that was part of the reason why those 4 fish did die, and I did have those 3 months of struggle because the bacteria weren't converting the dissolved solids into the form of nutrient that was less harmful to the fish. So yeah, that definitely was a big struggle, and it's probably the main thing you have to get right in an aquaponic system for it to work successfully.
How doable do you think it would be to set up something at the school that's a bit like this for kids to be involved with?
Yep, that is something I did look into very early in my project, but it was unattainable by me. But if we talk to professionals and stuff like that and got in a crew to build the system and talk to the teachers about it, how to keep it up, I think it would be very possible. There's actually 3 schools that I know of in Adelaide that do have really good professional looking aquaponic systems, so I think it would be a great thing for the school to look into.
Thanks, Julian. That was really fantastic, really inspirational. I'm sorry, you might have covered this, but are the pumps, are they powered by solar and therefore off-grid and sustainable? And did you look at that aspect of it?
I did look at doing that, and I talked a lot with my mentor about rigging up a little solar system that I could hook up to the system, but the workload would have been too much, and I didn't want to spend more money on solar panels. But on our farm, we do have heaps of solar panels already, so electricity is quite clean.
Well done, this looks awesome. What would you say, maybe inspired by your research or just like what you know, are the best ways for ordinary people to contribute to like the betterment of the food issues in the world and stuff, if that makes sense? Like what can people do in their everyday life and food consumption, etc., to do better and be more conscious and to kind of help to fix the issues, if that makes sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think the answer is exactly what you said, be more conscious. There's obviously lots of little tips and tricks like recycling your waste and things like that. There's hundreds of things you can do to make just your household more sustainable. But I think the first step is, like I said, reading books, articles, and just investing some time into being conscious of the issues. And that's the first step. And from there, who knows where you go. Yeah.
Well done, Julian. My question is about the insects.
Yes.
What little bugs exactly are you thinking that would feed the fish?
Yep, so the little system that I set up is specifically for flies and black soldier fly larvae, if you've heard of that, which I don't know if there are many of in my area. But yeah, it's just flies that will nest in the little unit and then leave maggots, and I'll harvest those maggots and feed them to the fish.
Thanks, Julian. That was interesting. I was just wondering, the fish, were they exposed to light or are they in darkness at the end?
I did have a little tarp covering the bulk storage container there, but there was a little bit of light that got in when the sun was like just at the right angle. So I'd say they maybe got 2 or 3 hours of sunlight. But yeah, they like it quite dark, so.
I think if I heard you right, you said you weren't going to continue with the current element there. Would it be something that maybe the school could use it storing off-site storage for you and maybe take it on
as in use
and
the system?
Develop a more professional one later? Is that a way the school could start with something already?
I think probably not, unfortunately not. I think if I showed that system to some professionals, they'd probably be unimpressed, to be honest, because they like to do things their own way. I actually talked to some of those people and they weren't very friendly and weren't very supportive of a school kid, so yeah. But no, I'm sure they'd do things their own way and they'd set it up adequately and yeah, it'd be fine. Cool, thank you. So now to the people that helped me along the way. Firstly, thank you to Kathy, my supervisor, who's hopefully watching on the live stream. Your guidance this year has been really helpful. You're a great motivator throughout the year. Your advice was always spot on and your ideas were really clever. A big part of the reason that my project succeeded. To Joe, my mentor, who's in Queensland, a huge thank you to being the most engaged, insightful and generous mentor I could have possibly hoped for. You put an unbelievable amount of time into mentoring me this year and literally had the answer to any question I had, so thank you. Thank you to Sue for giving me the time to pitch my ideas to you and helping me with the community aspect. Thank you to Asher and Naheem for coming for endless visits to my place and giving me that balance between fun and schoolwork. I love both you boys. Thank you to Grace for your endless love and care. Thanks for taking great photos of me, helping me glue pipes together, and everything else you did for me this year. Thanks to Alina and Johnny for helping me with lots of little things along the way. I look up to you two so much, and it's inspiring seeing you two buy houses and starting your careers. Thank you for being great siblings. Thanks to Mum and Dad for being there for me this year. Mum, you always offer the best suggestions, and I really appreciate all the times you checked up on me and brought me snacks. To Dad, thanks for helping me pull the system together, and thank you for supporting me and motivating me to do my best this year. Finally, thank you to the class. You guys are really amazing, and I'm going to miss you all. We've all achieved something amazing this year, and I'm really proud of all of you.
Here we are. End it off, sorry. First, I would like to acknowledge today's presenters. Well done. Today we had the chance to marvel at beautiful creations, take big leaps, appreciate the generosity of animals, listen deeply, and step into innovative spaces. Again, your stories have allowed us to imagine new approaches and to admire your capacities to take on these challenges. Thank you for sharing your stories with us. And here, I'd like to elevate Diya's point again, one I appreciated, that we are made and connected through stories. Thank you for trusting us with yours. Bravo, Class 12. Now we would like to acknowledge you all, Class 12, on the other side of your presentations and as part of our wider community. Thank you for everything you've shared with us this weekend. There'll be more speeches in weeks to come. But today we acknowledge you all reaching the other side of a big adventure in your schooling, one that you imagine for years before you actually arrive. This time last year, you were on this side of the stage. And soon you'll walk off it for the last time on your project weekend. There are so many threads which have woven our work together over the weekend. Perhaps I could hold them up to the sun by following each thread as one of our school values, for instance. A brilliant blue thread of connectedness, the soft purple of spirit, glowing red of community, soft pinky shine of wonder, deep gold of courage, and abundant green flashes of loving kindness. But another must be gratitude. And I know there have been lots of thank yous, but please, audience, if you'll indulge us just a little bit longer. While we've thanked lots of people who have contributed over the year, there are a few more significant people I'd like to thank who've worked just as hard before we finish. Some of the ones who may be less visible. I'll try and keep them brief. First, I'd like to thank all of the people who kindly mentored students this year. It's not essential for success, but I'm struck by the inspiration and extra value students receive from your specialist knowledge and investment in them. Please get in touch with me if you would like to be a mentor. It's always really tricky, and it seems to be increasingly tricky to find people who have time in their lives and enthusiasm to spare. And thank you once again if you provided that this year. Can we give them a clap? Now, she's going to hate this, and I'm sure she's watching the live stream, but I want to thank Deborah Botten for her kind, patient, and proactive support of our projects this year even more than every other year. We appreciate all the work you did, Deborah, with publicity, ticketing, problem solving, and reminding me of all the other things that I might have forgotten, so thank you. And I'd also like to thank Vanessa Johns, who's a new member of our team, who helped to support organising the event, and also for Marcel's great support. She has her own job, but she couldn't help but come and support us this weekend, so thank you, Marcel. Your patient and attentive care was really helpful. To all of the teachers, but I'm going to say a few names, Robin, Mark, Aaron, who've been here all weekend, thank you, as well as all the teachers who volunteer to supervise the students in the project program. Thank you, it only works with your kind support. To Grant, hiding up the back. For those of you who don't know Grant, he's a parent at our school and he's also a current board member on our hard-working board. So as if that wasn't enough volunteering and serving the school, he's also been responsible for our live stream this year, and he's lent us all his equipment. We're so grateful to have had your support, Grant. Thank you. We're also super pleased your youngest is in kindy, so we can hold on to you for a few years. I'd like to thank Elise, Class 12 Guardian. I know there's going to be more speeches about her coming up, but for all of your support wrangling and supporting this crew recently, and who knew we'd walk out the other side of this weekend with a new name. So, thank you to the parents for your trust, support, and feedback. We appreciate the significance of our relationships with you all, and you are truly vital members of our community. Thank you. And, okay, almost there. Thank you, dear audience, near and far, for joining us, for your questions, for your interest and support. It's been a joy to share with you all. So that's me done. Josie, Tess, are you now taking over from me? All right, thank you.
Sorry guys, I know you just sat through that, but we've got a few more we want to say from the class perspective. Over the last 3 days, you have witnessed 19 presentations about creativity, conversations, and community, just to name a few. However, we want to acknowledge that these 19 presentations do not stand alone, but are rather parts of a bigger whole, our greater community. In fact, it is our greater whole who have been instrumental in creating this event.
On behalf of the Class 12s of 2021, we would like to acknowledge all of the people who have supported us to get to where we are today and who have helped us make this event possible.
Firstly, we would like to thank Eleanor. You are a superwoman. Without you, we wouldn't have had the ability to complete our projects or this Year 12 in general to the level that we have. You have guided us since day one, and you have been committed to giving us all that you could in every moment. Your excitement and passion for teaching us is evident every time we are around you, and that enthusiasm spreads into us too. This year, we have all been able to recognise just the tip of the iceberg of all that you manage. Thank you for giving so much to us and our community, and most recently, staying up way later than is fair to mark all of our speech drafts. I feel like there could be thousands of things that I could thank you for this year, but even if I can't articulate it all in this moment, I want you to know from the bottom of our hearts, we are just so grateful for you.
Secondly, we would like to thank our guardian Elise, even though Eleanor just did, but from us. Elise, thank you for honouring our individuality and creating a space for us to all bloom. As has been mentioned by almost every person, you are positive beyond belief. Thank you for being both present and patient and keeping our spirits high with your Elise jokes, which are like dad jokes but even better. Thank you for being our guardian. Grant, to us, you are a wizard. Through your magical powers, you connected us to our loved ones around the world who watched our live stream. Through your cameras and mics, among other things, you created a window for our wider community to experience an important milestone in our lives. We are so thankful for you and your enthusiasm.
We would also like to thank Hockin and Mark, who have joined Grant up the back. Thank you for your attention to detail and your expertise. We really appreciate it. Thank you to Sue, who did all of the stunning flower arrangements, and Robin, who has supported us every day. Thank you to Marcel for all of your work behind the scenes, and all of the other teachers, including Aaron and Deborah Botten, who have made this event come to life.
We would also like to thank the Year 10s and their families for catering this event, along with Aaron, of course. The wraps you made were so yummy. I had too many. Thank you. And also, thank you to the Year 11s and coming and supporting and taking up all your time this weekend and helping to run the microphones. It was really good.
Thank you to all of our wonderful guest speakers, Liam Waterford, Dan and Rachel Hockin, Dan Cregan, and many more other teachers like Elise and Eleanor as well. Last but not least, we would also like to thank the audience and the wider community that includes our dear parents, families and friends. Only a couple of days ago, when we were all feeling nervous about our speeches, Eleanor told us not to be, because you were all here to hold us and support us. And she was so right. You have all been so kind. We are all so thankful.
Thank you.
Class 12, can you lead us out once more, please? I present Class 12.